masterclass on energy medicine. I've got two extremely special guests with me today. God has created more than 100,000 people.
Hi, Alexandra. How are you? This is just a live session of me studying. So you seeing me at home in the early morning hours doing some studies. I haven't been here on live in a while, so I thought I'd open my world up to whoever would like to visit. Chat a little bit, study a little bit. Last time I was live, I believe, I hope you can hear me because I haven't been set up in a while. I think everything's set up. But I was sharing that I'm being re-educated. That's part of the information that I share with you, ladies and gentlemen, is that we're in the process of being re-educated, as well as myself. I'm a human being too, and I'm undergoing a re-education process. It's both in the physical and in the spiritual. I shared last time I was live that I'm learning what they call it vicariously through others, meaning other people's lives. I'm a witness, and I'll be a testament to what transpires. And one of the things that I witnessed so far, and that I've had time to mull over, is the power of lies, or the dangers of lies, lying, and liars. And I did a little video about that information. Since that time, I have received many lessons. I've learned many things. And so I've been here just kind of trying to write down the information. I got stacks, and I don't wrote myself out of paper. So tomorrow I got to go buy more paper. Stacks and stacks of papers, writing down notes. It's just notes everywhere because I'm being re-educated and educated so quickly. To the point it's overwhelming. I'm like, what do I share? What I did realize today, I've been to it, but it's clear to me that it's no one person in this whole physical world that can know everything. And that, I mean that from so many different angles, so many different angles. Y'all let me know if y'all can hear and see me clearly. Again, I haven't been on here in a while, so I'm not sure if everything is up and running appropriately. As you can see, I've been working on my hair half done. But I thought I'd just open my life and doors up to you. What was I saying? Because I'm scatterbraining. That's another thing I go through when I receive a lot of information. I begin to scatterbrain. You know, I'm an Aquarius, and so I'm an air sign. Therefore, I'm an airhead. But my airheadedness is limited. I go through phases. So I'm in that phase where I am an airhead, a scatterbrain, a nutty professor. And it's due to, again, the re-education process, or the education that I'm currently going through. Now, if anybody is watching me, okay, thank you. If anybody's watching, when I speak about being re-educated and educated, I am again speaking about both in the physical world and the spiritual world. My spiritual world is being altered through my physical experiences, and later vice versa. It'll happen that whatever is the end result of my spirit will manifest in the physical. Just a cycle. And so I'm not really here to talk about anything in particular. Again, I just opened my world up, my living room up, to you ladies and gentlemen that may be concerned, wondering where I am, why I ain't got nothing to say. You know, sometimes it's time to shut up. And this is my time basically to shut up. Again, learning many things. And I know many people don't understand when spirit or God or life is moving. And so, if anything, I hope I can shed light on coming to understand that when God will say, just using terms and labels that we've been familiarized with, when God moves in your life, you have to be able to hear him, understand him, perceive the messages that he, again labels, are advancing to you or downloading into you. Many people say, oh, I haven't had that happen. Oh, I wish that had happened to me. And the truth of the matter is, it is happening to many people. They just don't understand what they're going through. And of course, I have to be respectful of people that I know, and stories that I learn, by living in relationship to others. I have to be considerate of them as well as myself. And when I'm saying that, I'm talking about keeping privacy. I would love to share the details about stuff that's going on in great detail. That would help you understand what I'm talking about. So again, it does seem quite scattered, what I will be talking about here. Well, I guess I can point up here. Now I gotta wait for let's see, is this the right space? Am I in the right space? I think I am. Wow, that's really delayed. Right here, yeah, I'm here. This Hierophant here. That's real delayed. The information that I'm receiving. Oh, I know why. Okay. Well, the reason why I put the Hierophant up there is because it's a tarot channel. That wasn't hard to figure out. But what does the Hierophant really represent? The Hierophant represents so much. And for this live stream, it really represents, what can I say, the guru or the teacher, or what can I say it, the master. What's the word I'm looking for? And yes, I will be partaking in my vices. Y'all in my house. Y'all, that's what y'all doing. Y'all visiting me. My door open. The couch right there. Have a seat. Couch over there. Table over there. Desk back there. You can have a seat. This is just a study session. In order for you to share in my study session or have a conversation with me, you got to know what I'm doing. So since you're at my house, I'm trying to bring you up to speed about what I'm doing. So back to this Hierophant. The Hierophant represents like a professor. This is a master. Gosh dang. The Hierophant could be a genius, because we're talking about not so much intellect, but awareness. The Hierophant really, to me, represents this level of awareness one achieves in the course of their life. And there are many, many ways to achieve awareness. And when I say that, everything I'm saying now is so general because to gain awareness then opens the question, to what do you have an extensive awareness about to the point it make you a genius? That's broad. It's so many things. And let me see, I don't want to lose what I have to say. So many things. So what am I focusing on right now? And then it's the question, again, I'm scatterbrained, I'm a nutty professor now, y'all. You gotta ride with me, ride this way, if you will, if you're bored, if you're up at night. I forgot what I was gonna say. I'll partake in my advice right now, but I'm coming back. So, why am I talking about this? Well, number one, as a shared, God, or whatever, however you like to define it or label it, it's irrelevant to me, but it might be important to you, has been working with me, talking to me, re-educating and educating me. I've been going through my own thing. I am being a witness to others' life experiences, and seeing into the depth of all that is around me. And so I'll say this, when talking about all the things we can learn, Herefont, getting deeper, rising to the level of mastery, of awareness, piercing it into other people's lives. Um, right now I'm talking about being an empath. You can say empath, label, empath, is demanding. It's demanding. Say there's no order here. Remember, this is not a video that is organized or has a direct message or anything. You just visited me in my home again. And so as an empath, we're just dealing with the subject matter of empath. This right here, I'm a poster child right now for empaths. This is how empaths look when they burning out. Bah, burning out. What do I mean? Just talking about the subject matter. Receiving so much information from that which is outside of myself. Information again from all God, life. Information from everything in my immediate proximity. Why? Why is this happening? One reason I know that it's happening is that we're in a time period in which we're all being re-educated or educated. I'm an empath. I feel it. I sense it. I walk in it real time. Like a virtual world. I walk in it. So I'm aware. It's not something that I can ignore. You know, a person more grounded in earth and materialism and more tangible things could miss this. They're getting it, but they're not clearly understanding it, sensing it, feeling it. Again, it's not their virtual world. So it's not predominant. So me, as the poster child of an empath right now, this is how an empath looks, again, when they kind of going through it or burnt out. That's the subject matter. And I'm going somewhere with this a little bit because, again, I'm having a study session. You're in the midst. I want you to understand what you're experiencing right now. You're in the midst of my study sessions. When I'm not on YouTube, when I'm not out in the real world doing, meeting the demands of life, and I'm doing my thing is to study. Hello. My thing is to study. And what do I study? You want me to read for you, Abraham? How are you? Ask your question. I'll answer a couple of questions. But I can't get lost in that. But pose you a burning question. When I'm not doing that, this is what I do. And usually I'm more, you got to remember I'm an Aquarius, so I am ruled by Saturn as well as Uranus. And Saturn is that energy that grounds me right now. Remember, right now, at this point in time, and what you're experiencing is I'm that airhead Aquarius, more of the Nutty Professor place energy. But this phase will pass. This will end. It will be finalized at some point in time when I'm through being re-educated. The end of that lesson, I don't know. I don't know how much Divine got to teach me. But all I can do is do what? What do I say? Ride the wave. I ride the wave. I don't ask you to ride the wave, and I don't ride the wave. I'm riding the wave. This is how it looks. And so you're seeing me, again, in real time. And so the reason why I bring up empaths and and me being in my habitat is because, again, many people be like, I wish I could be that. I wish I could have that. Talking about in the spirit. I wish I could do this and that. And they want to make it mystical, you know, or supernatural. It ain't supernatural. It's who you are as a human being. Me, I'm a cigarette smoker. I drink my coffee. And I get in my studies. That's what I do. So this is, again, what an empath could look like. This is an example. It is nothing, again, mystical. Seeing sparks and things like that. Not to say that stuff don't happen, but that's a whole nother level. So, and that's a whole nother conversation. I don't know where this conversation going. But let me stop and check out what Abraham is talking about. You say, I'm an Aquarius too. I understand what you're saying. Right. We have certain things that we vibe well on, and this could be it. Okay, Abraham says, I'm great. Well, my birthday is 11/11. Are you what a, what's that? 11, not Scorpio, no. Get it. Sagittarius. Sagittarius? No, wait a minute. Scorpio. You're a Scorpio? Need to know about marriage and travel. Let's see. Let me see. Well, let me go to this other board. What did I say before I do that? Yeah, okay, Scorpio. I'm scatterbrained. Now, oh, I didn't know you could see that. Okay, well, I got this chart up here because I didn't have this board open. So, Abraham, I'm about to start responding to you what you're inquiring about. And what you're seeing here that I didn't know you were seeing, because I'm on a whole nother board, is I was talking about the Hierophant is about being a master. Even to the point of being so proficient in a particular area, even to the point of a genius. We're going to go into that in more detail in the course of this study session, the study hour. Right now, I'm talking with Abraham. And Abraham, as well as others, over here on the other side of the page right here is what they call a birth chart, or this is where horoscopes come from. If you want, like in the newspaper, this is really where it comes from. The tarot, when it comes down to it, this is really where it comes from. This is like a birth chart. Again, I'm scatterbrained, so a lot of terms I won't be able to think of in this state. But you get it. This is a breakdown right here of the sky at a particular time period. And the time period that this is a snapshot of the stars and the placement of the planets, the stars and everything is here. I know y'all can't see it because it's too small, but it's June 7th. And the reason why I'm pointing this out, Abraham, in order to begin to answer your inquiry, is each of these, I hope y'all can see the mouse. I don't even know if y'all can see the mouse. But as you can see, it's this big square at the top. So I'm going to describe this as big square at the top, and there's all these little squares in it. Well, each of those squares are considered houses. And I wish I knew, let me see. See, I can't get interactive. I hate stuff I can't get interactive with. Anyway, it's the first house, the second house, the third house, fourth house, fifth house, sixth house, seventh house, eighth house. And so as a Scorpio, you are eighth house. So let me see if I can pull it up for myself, because I can't do it for y'all. It's going to let me blow up. Let's see. Eighth house, Aries. Okay. One of the things that are going on around June 7th relative to the eighth house is it has, number one, Aries in it. Aries is ruled by the planet of Mars. And Mars represents a lot of fire and energy put into its own self, into your own self, into what drives you. What drives you? Right now, based on your question of what is driving you or concerning you, where you really want to focus your energy at, is on what? Marriage and travel. And so, when it comes to these particular areas possibly, you yourself may be very pushy in marriage. You may, or for marriage, or issues or concerns within a marriage. You may be pushy, bully, manipulative. Hopefully you're not abusive, you know, those kind of things. Travel, you may move quickly to do travels and things like that. And why do I say that? Because if the 8th house has Aries in it, I don't know if you follow astrology or not, and this is very, very, how to say, loose interpretation. But if Aries is in the 8th house, Aries is ruled by Mars, as well as Scorpio is ruled by Mars. And Mars represents energy, force, power. How do we use power? We can use power, depending on your story and who you are, we can use power recklessly, meaning you could possibly be really so pushy in marriage that you are to this place of clumsiness. You know, travel, moving too quick, tripping, falling, and have accidents. So you have to be very cautious and careful with your how you deal with these areas of life. Um, Keeping with the theme, I guess that's here. We can use the Hierophant card to answer some of your concerns about marriage. Hierophant card does represent marriage. Um, it can represent like the authority in the marriage. Who makes the rules in the marriage? You know, um, this really seems what do you see for education? Education. The Hierophant talks about like I'm going through, and we all are, including you, Abraham, going through this again re-education process. We are being educated. Now, the areas of life that you are being educated or re-educated in may differ from mine. This is somewhat individualized, you know, based on our various stories. But the Hierophant, relative to even you being a Scorpio, suggests that you may be being re-educated by others, people that are in your life, very intimate, like partners or spouses or things like that. You travel. Who are you traveling with? Who are you traveling to? These will be the sources of your re-education. Meaning when we are re-educated, that means something that we previously believed in or to be true, or our level of knowledge about something could be debunked, meaning we could be challenged in these areas. And I'm saying when you are challenged in these areas, don't blow your top. Don't be too aggressive. Don't be too pushy. Remember this, Abraham. You are being re-educated. All of your story, your physical life story is divinely planned. And in the divine plan of things, again, you're being re-educated. But at this time, you as a person can be highly, again, reactive is the word. Reactive to somebody debunking what you believe or what you understand or your level of authority. You could all of a sudden jump up and tell somebody's secret. You might hold a lot of secrets to other people's lives. Hopefully you are decent. I am. Are you decent? You can come through. They just visiting us at our house. That's all. Just family and friends over. We just doing a study group. Okay. Yep. Y'all gonna clean them dishes tomorrow. And so, in short, Abraham, there's a rise. What is that moving? Did y'all? Oh, okay, that thing delayed. I thought it was spirits walking through here. I was like, oh Lord, I can't take no more. Enough is enough. Yeah, because you know it's delayed on this live stream, and I'm seeing something walk through. I'm like, oh, here we go on another level. Okay, so Abraham, yeah, um, being re-educated. What am I gonna say? Re-educated. Now, just looking at the Scorpio energy and how all the power is within you at around this time. It's in you. And it's about you managing your energy, your aggression. You know, again, it's unique to your story because even if you are a Scorpio And your energy is spotlighted right now, meaning you can be forceful. But what if you are a person that is not forceful? You know, that's where the details come in, and a person having to study deep into your chart and your world. But what if you're not forceful? Then you could be being re-educated. Of course, this takes you to know you, Abraham. Again, when I say it takes you to know you, you got to know, are you an aggressive person? Do you have the potential to be highly aggressive, dangerous, vengeful, manipulative? Or are you a person that withdraws, hides, sneaky, conniving, tells secrets, those kind of things? Know yourself. Know thyself. At this particular time, whoever you are is activated. And these other people are going to be trying to re-educate you about something. Now, this is the next thing, is what they're teaching you or trying to re-educate you about the truth. See, that's where you have to go to study. That's where you have to, stop and say, is what they bringing up real? You go out away from them and you go study. You go find out about whatever it is to see if they're right. If they're not right, to see if you've been right all along about whatever the topic matter is or whatever the subject matter is. Or are both of you wrong and you need to seek out the truth? That's what this is about for you. And that has to do whether it's your education, whether it's travel, whether it is marriage. You know what I'm saying? Again, going back to marriage, because that's really important, and it shines light on a lot of things in our lives, just marriage, just our relationships. Is who's the power figure, who's making the rules, who knows, like, in a marriage, it's usually one partner knows so much more, can know so much more than the other, and always defines everything. This could be a time period that a spouse or significant others, again, debunks you and said is not normal, but they say that's not true, Abraham. X, Y, and Z is the truth. And you may look at them like, what the hell is you talking about? And you might get upset that they challenged your authority. Calm down. You're being re-educated. They are there to play a role to cause you to look at whatever the subject matter is closely. Are you correct, or are they correct? Or are both of you wrong and something else is right? And as a result, you are to what? Seek the truth. That's it. Let's see what you're saying. Okay. You says correct. I'm a very peaceful, kind person and real. So if you're a peaceful, kind person, in reality, maybe you're not a person that stands up for themselves. Maybe you need to assert yourself a little more at this time. And that's what you may be being re-educated about. You get what I'm saying? Again, know yourself. It's great to be a good, peaceful person, but at certain times, you are called to action. You are called to be more forceful. You are called to be more assertive. Those kind of things. I usually know more because I have really a lot of knowledge. So it also seems to other people, oh my God, a mosquito has gotten in here and I can't stand up. Come on over here. Come on. Everybody that they day to go. And yours is today. I don't know what I would show off if I just stand up. I might hurt everybody. They might put me off of YouTube. So don't come over here bite me. I don't know how stuff just get in this house. So I always seem to other parties as the smart one, even though sometimes I don't feel so. See, that might be where you're being re-educated at in your unique life story is to be able to, what's the word? How you're supposed to embrace the authority as a person that is knowledgeable. Again, we're dealing with the Hierophant, and we're talking about reaching levels of proficiency and awareness and knowledge in a particular field. Or, some people are general. I'm a general person that have a little bit of information about a little bit of everything. I'm what you call a proverbial know-it-all and don't know nothing. So you can be being re-educated on, um, you know, taking command in that area. If you know what you know, and it's very rare that you're debunked, and you can be fair. If you know, when I say fair, meaning if a person says, hey, you're wrong, you can go do that research, or, you know, be like, humble yourself. But if you know what you know, and you present that to another, and they constantly knock you down or debunk you or don't appreciate what you have to contribute, and you just walk away like, okay, whatever, and you don't stand up for that, that might be where you're being re-educated on, learning how to stand. Like, you know what you know it. And you will learn to assert yourself in a way that is highly productive, not only to you, but those around you. That seems to be the case. Oh, okay. So, well, I just talked about being an empath, and how what you're looking at is an empath, emotion. The next thing I want to talk about, again, everything I'm talking about is coming from my current life experiences, um, through being educated and re-educated by life and divinity. One of the things that these current life experiences have compelled me to do is go back to my base or early religion, and the doctrine, and the Bible, and look at the rituals. And I can't go in detail about how I got there step by step. That's why I thought I'd do this live, and I don't know, because I've been asleep all day, and just stay on here and talk as I study. So I'm kind of like taking a break in the study. I will be starting to study in a minute, so I won't even be looking at the camera. And hope I don't show y'all nothing. When my mind be gone in another realm. And I will be partaking in my vices, so if you're easily insulted, don't ride the wave. So, talking about just everything, I'm studying. I'm studying out loud. I'll say that. So I'm going through it. I'm going through it. I'm going through this current life experience. And so I go back to my Bible today to look up a scripture. And I really didn't find it. You know, I'm in the middle of researching still. And the reason why I was looking it up is because I was studying this birth chart. I've been going back and forth to this birth chart for the last week or so. I mean, it's not birth chart. Well, it's like a birth chart. Can't think of it. Don't worry about it. Nutty professor. Anyway, I've been studying each one of these boxes within the big box at the top. Each one of those little boxes or squares or whatever you want, triangles, whatever they are. And as I mentioned, each one of those squares within that large box at the top, over here, is called a house in astrology. And the houses range from 1 to 12. And they are the houses of Aries through Pisces. And so I've been studying and concentrating on each of the houses in order to get a more detailed understanding about each house. And when I got to a particular house, which is the 11th house, and I don't know how to point that out to you on here. It's the 11th house. And the 11th house represents large social networks, clubs, groups, associations. The 11th house is the house of Aquarius. The water bearer Aquarius is ruled by Saturn, and Uranus is mentioned. And so I just spent the last couple of hours studying that. And when I was doing that, I just, I'm being re-educated. I bust out laughing because I was like, and it's not a laughing matter, to be perfectly honest. Labels. subject matter now are sheeple, general people, laymen and women. The what do you call it? The majority of the workforce, the majority of the world's population, just basic everyday people. They don't. Where is that? They don't have this. They don't have this Hierophant energy. Remember, the Hierophant represents somebody who's highly aware. Not only aware, but they are learned. They become teachers and professors and gurus. These are masters, even to the point that they're so proficient they become geniuses. Why is this important? Relative to the general population, just basic laymen and laywomen, people that just everyday folk, It is because those everyday folk, the laymen, the lay women, the majority of the world's workforce don't have a high level of awareness. They don't have, they're not proficient in any particular area of life at all. Therefore, they end up being the sheeples and the followers. Dealing with this label, I'll call the sheeple. Back to the label, the subject matter, the sheeple. Remember, we're in a time period, I'm going to say it like this, we're in a time period in the history of humanity in which all humans are being re-educated. Re-educated by who or what? Re-educated by God, divine, life, however you like to label it. That thing that's unseen. It is present in what? Re-educating us. And so this re-education process is not just for the rich, the wealthy, the knowledgeable, the Hierophant. They know. It is also for the sheeple, the laymen and women. And why might divine God life have appointed a time such as this for us to be re-educated? It is because we are so dumbed down and unaware of what's really going on and taking place till the, what do they call it, the sheet is being pulled over our eyes. The sheet or the veils have been pulled over our eyes for many, many generations. Now is the time for us to wake up. And there's so much that goes into that. Oh, no one person can know all of this. That has many. When I say that, that means I can go into many, many branches to break it down. And what I've learned is people don't like long-winded people. But that's what it takes, is long-windedness. Oh, I want to read something. I got to finish my thought. I'm just scatterbrained. Nutty professor. So, let me finish my thought maybe on sheeple. Sheeple. People that may have possibly went through K through 12. I'm talking about school, basic school. Some of the sheeple are people that have reached the level of college, and maybe even some achieve a level of college, even to the point of receiving degrees. What am I saying? I'm saying sheeple, it has to be a definition that's made for the term sheeple. Whoever made it up, they need to share their definition. Definition of sheeple. People that just can't see, but they follow. Now, and I say that because a sheeple can be a person with a degree. They may even be able to have a doctrine. But at that level, it is less likely that that person won't be able to see. When I say see, I'm talking about see the physical reality and to see spirituality. Sheeple. At a certain level, one is so proficient in a particular area of this life. They're so knowledgeable. They're educated in at least one area of life until they began to see. I'm going to digress from sheeple for right now and talk about seers. S-E-E-R-S. Seers, people that see. People that receive revelations. All of this sounds so spiritual, I know, but this is a breakdown. I was saying a few minutes ago when I stopped my line of thought that I've been led back to the Word, the Bible, the King James Version, just in the last few days through being re-educated. And now I'm looking through different lenses, I'll say that. And now I'm able to break down the various verses that I've looked at through different lenses, and I see clearer now. You reach a level, a person, what's it, Hierophant over here, can reach a level of proficiency where they began to see. And I bring up seers because when I was in church, the parishioners, I believe is the word, or the congregation, was warned all my life to be aware of false prophets. So I remember coming up through church leery, cautious, somewhat afraid. But it wasn't so overpowering that I walked with fear every moment. It was more subconscious. It just dwelt in the back of my psyche. And I went on with my life. But as I began to awaken, I realized that it was this fear. It was this undertone fear that carried me. And it was an undertone fear, I'm sure, that carried many other people, congregants, parishioners, sheeple. You know, other folks in the church house that may be from older generations, that may have not acquired a high level of knowledge in any area of life. They were sheeple. They couldn't see. Me, born into a generation of people that go off to college and become proficient in a particular area. Me, who did study outside of the church and sought alternative, what do you call it? What do you call it? References when studying the Bible. Me, who has a natural propensity to dig deeper as an Aquarius. I hope I'm making this make sense. I begin to see. And so what am I saying when I say all that? Because I'm just talking, I'm rambling. You know, got to remember, I'm in a state of the empath right now. Right? I'm a poster child empath right now. You're just at home with me, sitting on my couch. We're just talking, exchanging information. I'm sharing what I'm going through. Sharing the process, basically the process that I'm going through. Why am I doing it? Because I realized, you know, through my work that so many people want to be empaths. They want to hear from Spirit, God, or however you like to label it. They want to receive the gifts of the Spirit, or what do you call it, superpowers coming online. But can identify if they are or are not, because everything has been glamorized maybe, or made mystical, and it's not mystical. I say, look at me right now. Look at me. I look a hot doggone mess here, right here. And this is one of the spaces of an empath. This is how it looks in reality, you know. Being a seer. This is how a seer looks. It's not the blind person looking off into the distance, those kind of things. It's not the crystal ball. It ain't even the tarot cards, to be perfectly honest. A seer is someone who is what? Proficient and has become so proficient in a particular area of life or branch of knowledge or area of knowledge to the point it opens their eyes up to the reality of our physical world. And upon your eyes being open to the reality of this physical world, it also opens you up to see the spiritual realm. It's not mystical. For sheeple, it seems mystical. I got to talk about the sheeple. Because our sheeples, because they are lazy, or our sheeple, people that can't see reality nor spirituality. They don't know when they're in touch with spirituality or spiritual beings. Again, it's because they're lazy and they don't want to do the work that is necessary to be done in order to begin to see in reality. I'm in that. So why am I talking about that? Remember, I'm in a nutty professor state. That's what y'all got to remember as I ramble on and just talk as I study. I can honestly say right now, we're in my study. I am going, my mind and my essence are going into study. So what you're about to experience, watch the metamorphosis. Tell me if you see it. Do you see my eyes shift like a what they call reptilian? I doubt it. Do you see me, my brain enlarging? I doubt it. You know, I don't think you're going to see me disappear or do anything like that as I make this transition into what? I am transitioning into the mode of study. I am transitioning into the mode of the, you can begin to say the Akashi records or things like that. These are just labels. And so I'm in that space where I can now, you hear me always say, ride the wave. You can ride the wave with me. I'm just talking out loud right now. So I'm not really paying the chat any attention. I'm be talking about everything, taking in my vices. I'm riding the wave. I'm literally in high val. I'm in another space actually. And I'm in the Aquarius energy now. This is me riding the wave. Thinking out loud. I am going to chat with y'all because let's see. Thank you. I appreciate your effort in I'm Egyptian. You're Egyptian? Oh, well, I am so international. Y'all make me so international. Thank you, Abraham, for dropping by. Please like, share, and if you haven't already subscribed. Does the climate change affect all that process? I'm not sure I'm understanding that. Does the climate change affect all that process? Take my time. I am Val. That's what I'm here to do. Take my time. I'm not understanding your question, Abraham, and what it's relative. Are you really talking about this climate change environmentally, and does it have an effect on everything underneath it? If that's what you're talking about, I believe the answer is yes, because the climate is a part of our whole ecosystem. Oh man, I could branch off every time I gotta find this a statement, a hook to say, oh man, at this point in time, I could go in so many directions with that. Because if that's what you're talking about, climate change having an effect on everything underneath it, again, the answer is yes. And the reason the answer is yes is because the climate is a part of our ecosystem or our physical world or Saturn's box or cube that we are in. And so, yes, for the climate to change, it causes effects, butterfly effects within that box. And I say I can go so many places with that because now we're starting to talk about with a climatology. We are talking about I'll stick with climatology not to get my thoughts lost. And the reason why I want to point out, I think it's called climatology, is because it's the study of the climate, if I'm not mistaken, in short. I would have to research it. And that is a part of the Hierophant. Becoming proficient in a particular area of study relative to our physical world and our physical existence. A person that studies climatology, I think it is called, moves forward to become proficient in that area or a master. Once they go so far, once they gain so much knowledge and awareness about the reality of our climate and the effects it has on everything is connected with the environment, everything up under the sun, so to say, they can they can create actual, I would say it's not even a theory. They can write books to share that information. How can I say it? They can also begin to see into the spirit, because once they have a full understanding of that particular area relative to our life, it also, again, that's just one area. They begin to see in the spiritual from that perspective. And I bring that up, talking about the climatology, is because, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, scatterbrain is a mother sucker. I bring it up because you got to remember, I'm doing my study back here where I am. I'm just being re-educated. I'm learning. And I've been led back to my religious doctrine. Base is not where I learned my basics from. And this is the scripture I had been trying to look up, and I couldn't find it. And I stopped to make a cup of coffee, said I'm going to go live, and had this live study. And so I was looking for the scripture in the Bible that talks about how the Lord, basically, this is not how it's written verbatim, so I am improvising. The Lord said, or God said to the people, hey, people, don't seek after witches and sorcerers and astrologers and astronomy and magicians or whatever it says. They don't do that. Don't do that. Because you will be breaking the law of the Lord. I can't even find it, but I'm looking for it. And the reason why I started looking there in the Bible, for that particular verse, is because, remember, I was studying, where it is, over here, I was studying this chart. Every month, I study multiples of these charts. And these charts, remember, are houses in astrology. And that scripture I'm looking for said, hey, people, don't study this. Don't consult sorcery. Don't consult herbalists. Don't consult this. Don't consult that. You know, if you do, you're going against the word of the Lord. Like, what? Okay. In church, I was like, I can't go to a psychic. I can't read a tarot card. I can't be around witches. I can't do this. I can't do that. No, it was not a primary thought. Not at all. But it was a subconscious fear. Had been implanted. It's a bad mother sucker. I can go so many places with that. Because I'm jumping. Because I know there's a lot of people that did go to church. We don't even share a lot of us in the same religion. But because humanity, are so, the people that create humanity are so closely linked, we can't see it. Is that subconscious, fear we share. So if I've been taught not to seek sorcerers and witchcraft and tarot seers and foreseers or whatever that scripture said, then everybody within 4 people of me got that fear too. I done shared it. I done projected it into the world somehow, some way. I go so many places with that. But I'm just going to digress from that. But I do want to leave you with this, is that one person's fear is shared by many. And the fear can be minute and subconscious. And the fear right now I'm talking about is the fear to consult, I wish I could find that verse, witches and warlocks and sorcerers and astrologers and whatever else was listed up under that. I come back here to this chart over here because this chart is one of the things that that Bible told me not to consult, not to look at, not to deal with. Why? Because it would open spirits up to me. Then today, as I'm being re-educated and learning, and I gotta stop again. I'm just scatterbrained. I know I'm rambling, but I wasn't studying, or I wasn't being re-educated. The real lesson. I wasn't being re-educated on biblical stuff. That's man stuff. That's man-made stuff. I wasn't being re-educated on that. I wasn't even being re-educated on this chart over here. I wasn't being re-educated on tarot. I was being re-educated through real life, through other people's lives and their experiences, the good, the bad, and I'm going to say the motherfucking ugly, so you understand what I'm talking about. But through all of that, as an empath, when I sit here and have times like this, I'm guided. What am I talking about? I'm trying to share to you how physicality and spirituality meet. How one experiences God talking to them, hearing from God, seeing visions, having those, be able to prophesy or have to receive revelation, and what those various terms mean in reality. What it means to be an empath, how an empath looks, you know, certain things like that. And so I digress once again to go back and talk about how I wasn't being re-educated in, what can I say, in reality, in the real spiritual part of it. I wasn't being re-educated on that. This is a part of my personal process to gain this level. Is he over here? Verifying of proficiency in a, not even for me in a particular area, because I am an Aquarius. Therefore, I have a broad catalog of things that I have been being re-educated on. And I have come to understand that I'm being re-educated on so many things, and I've learned so many things, and I've experienced so many things, even if they were just a moment in time. So that all of the people that I meet and encounter, very temporary meets. Anybody I've met, I've been able to sit down and break bread with them and kick it with them on whatever subject matter they're talking about, because I experienced it. I've experienced it firsthand. So I know a little bit, I know enough to be able to sit up and hold a rational conversation, to have an exchange. And as a result of me having exchanges with these many people of various nationalities, cultures, this is even before YouTube, as sparks. I have something that I can spark in other people. I push them somehow into the next level. It's like I'm some type of sign to a person that encounters me, especially on an intimate level, that they're moving on to another phase or next stage. And I'm like that. I play this role of like this awakener or something. And I'm not trying to be arrogant or anything. It's in this world, it's about coming to know yourself. A lot of things I'm just talking about briefly as I brainstorm. Who am I? Who am I? This is what I'm saying I have come to understand myself to be. I'm not trying to be braggadocious or whatever the word is. I'm just sharing the roles I've been made. I feel like I've been made to play in my life. There's no benefit to them. There's no benefit. Very rare. Very rare. There's benefit. And it's rare. That's something else. I can go so many places with that. No benefit or minimal benefit. And I say that because I've been made to move in so many people's lives, and it's so usually so brief, but it's rememberable to that person. Like I'm gonna just say this in short example. Years ago was this young lady. This is just an example of what occurs when I do get a benefit. This young lady I had assisted in the moment. I was knowledgeable on the area, assisted in the moment. It led her not to be able to lose her job, awakening. She went to school, moved forward. I seen her years later. She had a job in, I was out at a nice restaurant, and she said, the meal's on me. And it had been maybe 7, 8 years since I seen it. It was this moment. But I had such a powerful impact. She was prepared due to our meeting. And again, I'm not trying to brag, but what I'm sharing is how we affect and have an impact upon others. And this is the role that I recognize that I play in everyone's life that is around me. I go so many other places with that. But I'm going to just digress from where I was about to go. I ain't even going to say it. And so, right now, what am I talking about? Here we go again. Another label or subject matter. It's a calling in life. Your calling, you know. Should a person be able to say openly that they are aware of their calling and their power? And then when it comes to a person that is answering the call, doing the work, do people know? How can I say, do you know? Like I've posed this question before. If you're a prophet, do you know you're a prophet? I'm not saying I'm a prophet. I'm just using that as an example. If you're a prophet, do you know you're a prophet? And the answer, to be perfectly honest, is at a certain level, you don't know. You don't know. You doubt yourself. You doubt yourself many times because you could be like, who am I to say that I'm a prophet? And this is just an example. Again, I'm not saying a prophet. I'm trying to get a concept across. One could doubt themselves because they don't have a lot of followers. And that goes in so many different areas and I've tried to cover it. And it is about, who are you responsible for? As a prophet, a person could be responsible for prophesying to one person, one time, in one instance. Or a person can be a prophet and have millions of people to prophesy to and can do it their whole life. So a person, what am I saying? A person that is called to be a prophet for an extended amount of time to a bigger populace is more likely to be able to say boldly and confidently that they are a prophet or prophetess, where a person that only prophesies to one person in one moment may not be aware. The question is, does a person always that is a prophet know they're a prophet? The chances are, most times, because remember, we're dealing with a lot of people that are sheeples. They are asleep. They are not aware on a higher level. They are not aware. Um, um, they're not aware of what's taking place in their own life and their own experiences, including the example of being an empath or being a prophet or a prophetess. They don't even know. How can you, then it's the question, how can you tell who's a real prophet and who is not? Well, this is something else that, how can I deal with this? Because it's a lot. Remember, I got to remember, I'm not talking about anything in particular, just talking. Okay. What is that? Do you know? Do you know? One thing I can't understand, and I thought over, this was a few weeks ago, and since then I have let it go, is that you don't really know the truth. Like about if you're really a prophet, especially, or a psychic, or something like that, strongly, where you can, it's guaranteed that you know, I don't know the words to say, that you play such a role in this physical life until the end of your life. When it's all said and done, and you can look back in retrospect, and you see that common theme running, then you 100% know, you know. And so I say that because I noticed that especially being here on YouTube, that people be like, I'm this and I'm that, and I'm this and that. I'm like, wow, that's deep to know so wholeheartedly that you this and that. But me, as a person that's witnessing, I'm like, you ain't that. But then it's that the double standard to that, or something that which is contrary to say you don't know what you are really until the fat lady sang, or until it's almost just about over. So another thing I've learned, because I'm being re-educated and educated, is that what was I gonna say? Nutty professor, airhead. Is that I'm still talking about, how do you know? Oh, false prophets. False prophets. New label, I guess. Subject matter, false prophets. How do you know if a person is a real prophet or a fake prophet or a false prophet? And again, I don't want these terms, even though they sound so religious, I don't want you to take my content as per se religious based. These just labels and things like that. Now, if you want me to type up the what they call it, thesaurus, then I'll find some antonyms or synonyms, whatever you need, so that you don't think that this is religious based. That's sheeple shit. That's sheeple shit. So the only thing I do is expand your vocabulary. If I can't, you just put in alternative words. Those kind of things. So, and that's just for folk that think this is religious. Just basically religious, or I'm trying to convert them. That ain't the case. So, I wonder if they'll let me live. I think they'll let me live stream because I've been asleep. I'll probably be up to 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning. I'm here rambling and talking. So, label, subject matter. I'm trying to organize this video a little bit. False prophets and prophets. How do you know? How do you know which is which? How? And not only when I'm talking about prophets and false prophets, we are also talking about revelation or revelations. Let's talk about revelation first. Because revelation or revelations goes back into what? It goes back into being a empath, sensing, feeling, walking in the virtual world of your experience as well as others, meaning you in the midst of it. It's like that Matrix slowdown where you get to walk around and see what's going on, and you pick up on stuff that others that are involved in that scene are not picking up on because they too into it, they too reactive, they too emotional, they too in love, they too much in hate, they too much this. But an empath is like a, what's the word? What's that word? A person that is really not a part of the activities that's taking place. They're merely a witness. And so they just walk through like Matrix style, being able to pick up on all the details, the emotions, the feelings, seeing the spirits that are present within the people and in the environment and seeing how it interacts. That's what empaths do. And all the empaths got to try to do is not let none of them spirits jump them. That's what they do. And so through being an empath, through being, next thing, being proficient in a particular area of interest in this physical world, learning it to the point that you are a master, you are proficient, even to the point of a genius. You studied something that extensively. You began to see. Through being an empath, as an example, these are just a couple examples, through that level of proficiency or awareness, through knowledge, through learning, you begin to see. Brings about the revelation. Revelation means to have something revealed to you that you didn't previously know. We got to get out of all this mysticism and all that kind of stuff. Being revealed about something you didn't know. Now, how do you know a false prophet versus a real prophet. Prophet. A false prophet, let me talk about prophet. A prophet is someone who has been a witness to what? The environment, like I was talking about when it comes to the empath. A prophet is a person who's knowledgeable or proficient. And there's other ways too, to get to this state of the prophet. And the prophet is a prophet because a prophet reports their findings. Let's keep it real. They report their findings. And their report is an integrity, meaning it's the truth. It's to the, you know how the courts have you swear? I swear to the best of my knowledge. This is what a prophet is. A prophet says, I swear to the best of my knowledge, to my level of awareness, clarity, what I learn, what I understand. I'm a prophet. I declare what I am about to state to you is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God. That's what it is. So, what is a prophet and a false prophet? A real prophet is someone that testifies, that bears witness, that gives the information over to another in order to do what? To assist them. To lead that person to be aware. What they say, forearmed? What they say, for aware is to be, what is it, for aware? You know what I'm saying, to be forearmed. To be aware is forearmed, whatever that is. Same thing. That's what a prophet is. So then, what is a false prophet? I'm telling you from my perspective, y'all. Right now, we're dealing with the label of the prophet, the false prophet in Revelation. And I am not trying to be religious, just using the labels that we've grown accustomed to hearing over the course of our lives. So, a false prophet is a person that may not very well be an empath. They may be, this is just an example or case scenario, in an environment in which something is taking place, and they are an active player, meaning they're reactive, they're emotional, they're hatred, they're this, they're that, and they're not there to see the interworkings or the mechanisms or the spirits that dwell within that environment or that scenario. They're not picking up on the fine details. They're just biased. They're biased by their hatred. They're biased by their love. But yet, they will give an account of that circumstance or situation. It's bias. And so when they teach that to somebody or they testify that to somebody, then it is bias, making them a false prophet. Other way to be a false prophet, this is just an example. Who is this? Leah, facts. Nothing but facts. I'm here late. I'm gonna finish my comment and then I'm gonna make another statement to bring up whoever's in here up to what you're experiencing right here at Can Angels Fly Tarot Live. If you like, please like, share, subscribe, and do all those fabulous things. If you have any love offerings or contributions, please look below this video or any other video that I've created to find the link to my PayPal Me account. Thank you. Okay, let's continue. So, false prophet. How do you know a false prophet? How can you identify a false prophet? The next way to identify a false prophet is, don't scatterbrain. We talked about being in the environment as an empath. False prophet. The next way a false prophet exists, is, remember, we were talking about this Hierophant. I think he's over here. The Hierophant right here in tarot. Representing a person who is highly proficient or knowledgeable in a particular area, even to the point of being a genius. They are aware of something in freaking detail. That person can give a presentation. They are a prophet, telling you all the facts. Facts. Like you say, love. What is it, love? They can give you all the facts. And you can take them facts that they give you to the bank. You can make changes in the physical world. You can tell a mountain, biblical, to move from here to over there based on the information they gave you, that they shared with you during that presentation. That's a prophet. A prophet is a person that, now false prophet is a person that is not proficient in a particular area. They can be more scatterbrained than myself. They just don't have a high level of awareness or knowledge in any area of life, period. And I'm going to be as rude to go to as far as and to be rude and say that many of them are dummies, literally, uneducated. And I say that because some people, not y'all, but some, lack education. They lack awareness. They lack even learning from life itself. But then will go give another advice or present to another a life lesson, I'll say a lesson that they know nothing about. Nothing. They've never experienced it. They've never overcome it themselves. They've never been a witness to see it overcome, etc., etc., etc. But will go and testify or say to another or suggest or give advice on the same subject matter. And that person that they give that information to goes to use that information in their life with the purpose, with the intent of, saving their life, restoring their life, sustaining their life, helping somebody. But when that person that received that information go use that information to execute that information, they get effed up. Their life falls apart, or some aspect of their life falls apart, or they find themselves in harm's way. Why is that? Because the information that they received was from a false prophet. That's simple. We just dealt with the label, or the subject matter of prophets, false prophets, and revelation. This is not religious. This is not mysticism. This is our physical reality. If you want to come to know and be aware of spiritual things, you must first be able to handle the truth. And there are truths that govern our existence here in this physical world. Point blank. Point blank. If you don't believe me, go to the top of a high building and jump. The rule says you're going to fall, crash, and burn. You're gonna know, and the rule don't even say that. The rules say you're going to fall because gravity going to pull you down and you're going to smack the pavement. It's going to break every bone in your body and split it open. It's going to break it. And you out of here. That's what the rule says. You got to be able to deal with the truth. And the truth is harsh. But there are rules. Learn the rules and apply them. That's what the Hierophant does. He learns the rules and applies them. He learns the rules and teaches them to others so others won't be a fool. The Hierophant is a prophet, and he's a true prophet. I told you about the false prophet. And that's an issue. Remember, at this current time, the people, all of us, individuals that create humanity, are currently undergoing being re-educated by divinity, God, life, however you like to label it. We're being re-educated on such things as what? False prophets. What it means to be an empath, etc., etc. I go back to talk about how I just recently broke open my Bible after having the real-time life experiences I'm having, the things that I'm witnessing, the things that I'm going through. And I invited you into my home to just sit with me during the study session and give you the opportunity to ride the wave with me, to see how I think, the things that I cover, how I see. When I say see, I'm talking about see in the spirit. But it's not just seeing in the spirit and ignoring the physical. No, I have to deal with the physical and the reality of our physical world, our physical existence, no matter what state it is in. And then ride the way, getting as proficient as I can in a short period of time to come to understand so that I can see. That's how I work. And I've shared not only that, how I work, what I just said. I'm saying also that in my life, I've noticed a consistent, ongoing, reoccurring, annoying freaking pattern. And that pattern is that I have had many different life experiences that have allowed me to be educated, taught, so I'm aware about a particular area. many areas, multiple areas. I am a Jill, or Nancy of all trades. If you follow me, you may have heard me say that before. I'm not proficient in any particular area. That's not my calling. My calling is to cherry pick, I'll say, various subject matters in order to gain a basic understanding of those subject matters. And the reason my life has impelled me, when I say impelled, I mean made me to do this, is so that I can sit with the kings, the queens, or the bums and the winos and have a basic conversation that compels them or pushes them into their next phase. They are aware and they are awakened once they move into those phases. I don't receive many rewards for my work that I'm called to do by divine life, God, whoever it may be. It's not something that I agree with. And I don't agree with the calling. I would rather be out partying, hanging, and doing all the fun stuff. But that's not what my life permits me to do. I am impelled. So, I'm impelled to do these acts and perform these works. Do I know who I am? I don't have one single label to define me. Is it arrogant for me to say such things? Maybe to others that don't understand. But to me, I understand. To those that have a high level of understanding, understand. But not all understand. So sometimes, most times, I have to be careful how I speak. But this platform tonight is for you to come in and see me really at work. So you can get a gist of what you witness, especially here on YouTube. And I say what you witness, I'm talking about the psychics, the tarot readers, the soothsayers, the ministries, the self-empowerment, all these things. All these things. Oh, I go into self-empowerment. It's so much. When I say I'm going so many things in so many directions, it's so much. I am saying that because that is an avenue in which somebody needs to travel down and make it be clear to those that experience those things so they know what they're looking at and how it may be. I digress. So you are seeing me again in my natural habitat here, taking in my vices. Why? Because I'm riding the wave. I'm right now going through the nutty professor stage. A lot of information coming in. I'm being re-educated and educated. So, speaking nothing but the truth. Ain't got nothing but room for the truth. And so, it's a lot I want to talk about. I'm just been all over the place. And that's what I'm supposed to be doing. So, what am I about to talk about now? I'm about to, before I turn this chart off you see on the side of me, this Vedic astrology, that's a chart. This is a snapshot of the stars and the planetary alignments in the sky surrounding June 7th of this year of 2019. That's what you're looking at. Why is it there? Because this is one of the things that I've been dealing with for the last week, going back and forth to it. I was mentioning recently I've been studying each house 1 through 12 in order to get a more comprehensive understanding of each house. Why am I doing it? Because I want to come back here on YouTube and I really want to break some stuff down because I want you to be able to see. I want you to be able to see for yourself. And one of the houses that I've been really concentrating on, at least today, is the 11th house. I was saying, Sharon, if you don't know, and what am I talking about? Astrology. This is one of the things the Bible said. The Bible that I came up under said, don't do it, don't do it. Why did it say don't do it? I'm about to go into that. Here we go. Label, subject matter. Why, or subject concern. Why was I and many other people manipulated into not seeking or consulting with spirits? Why were we manipulated to not to consult with astronomy, astrology, tarot, alchemists, magicians, magic, all those mystical things that many of us shun away from? For me, it was due to the subconscious or subliminal messages implanted in me from religion. And not just from religion. It was from my lineage, background, handed down from generation to generation. Beliefs that are not spoken but lived out, you know. And I'm sure that happens to many through different means, different ways. So, here I am today. I've crossed this bridge. Why? Because I began to see. Why? Because I hit a level of mastery or knowing through studying and researching and coming to understand the reality, the hardcore facts associated with our reality. So now I'm here. So here I am. And what am I saying at this point in time when I deal with this particular label or this particular area of interest or of concern? Is that 11th house, now it's 12 houses, but I'm just talking about the 11th house now, deals with certain things. Sometimes I talk about those certain things when I'm reading tarot cards, or I might give an astrological report at some point in time. And I'll say, well, the 11th house represents your large social networks. These are the groups and the clubs and the various affiliations that you have. But I really don't go into much more detail. What I might say about the 11th house is that it's an air house and it's the house of Aquarius. The air signs are directly associated with associations, friendships, you know, connections with others and the exchanges that we have. When I talk about the 7th house, which is the house of Libra, I talk about partnerships and partnership contracts and having your terms and conditions submitted to the other to see if they can fulfill it. You know, but all of that is talking about personal, what they call it, personal interactions, human interactions and exchanges. I wanted to go deeper and get a deeper understanding. Please don't interrupt my video. Don't let nothing happen right now. Back to this 11th house, because my focus is on the 11th house. This is just one area because I can't cover everything. And this is where my mind was at when I decided to go live, because I haven't been here to talk with y'all. And so y'all just really in my study, remember. So the 11th house. As I studied the 11th house, I came to understand why we were told not to consult the magicians and sorcerers and things like that. I'll just say in short now, consult magic. Why we shouldn't consult magic. Or alternatives to God or Christ. Why were we told that? Why were we scared away from that? Why was a subliminal message entered into us all not to pursue such, you know, avenues? And the reason is because, like, just using this as an example, this here, astrology. Is because such things as astrology, tarot reading, these are just two examples. And each of these things are for different reasons. Is that they help us to get to this level of mastery and proficiency. They help us to organize our thoughts. They help us to stay disciplined. They help us to categorize. That's what it does. Allowing us to reach the level of this, what's this, not the high priest, the Hierophant. It allows us to do that. And so, we have to remember, and I can only speak from what I've learned in the course of my life. And in the course of my life, I share again, I was Baptist, Christian, something, whatever it was. And so I did a lot of studying and was taught from the King James Version Bible. We have to, anybody that is familiar with that has to be aware that that King James Version Bible, as well as other doctrines or what do you call it, books, were written by me, number one. Number two, in the case of the King James Version, it was commissioned by King James. And the scribes or whoever, however it go, they wrote it out. And King James is a lord. Kings, queens, rulers, presidents are lawyers. They are lordships of different levels and different titles. And I bring that up because the Bible continues over and over again to talk about not making the Lord mad, not going against the Lord's word. The Lord's word said, do not consult magic and sorcery and witchcraft and astrology and astronomy, however it said it. That's what the Lord's word, or King James and others like him, said. People, sheeple, don't consult these things. Because if you consult these things, then you will begin to see. And if you begin to see, then you will throw a monkey wrench in the Lord's and those other rulers' plan. That's the reality of our situation. So currently, whoever has our well-being in favor has set up a time such as this for us to be re-educated. Re-educated on what? Understanding the power of these various tools. They are tools. And they are tools to help you organize all of the aspects of this life and of this existence. Let me stop. Because I keep trying to share to make you aware or remember, because you know, it's just something that you push to the back of your mind though, is that no one person can learn everything in this world. No one person knows it all. They cannot. It is impossible. This existence is too extensive for that. One of our primary examples that are in our face, that we've ignored for hundreds and hundreds of years, is even our social structure. The various businesses and corporations and various divisions, I'll say. There are many, many divisions in this world. I'm going to give you an example of what I mean by divisions. I already talked about corporations. We have auto corporations, we have medical industry, we have communications, telecommunications, we have schooling, we got this, we got that. Oh my God, I couldn't even begin to cite how many different departments or divisions that there are, nor can I say how many employers there are worldwide. Employees worldwide. Most employees are employed under some department or division. Each department or division, we've talked about this, is directly related to sustaining our lives in this physical world. No one person, no one entity can find out about the facts of this life, learn and test the facts of this life, and execute the facts of this life, and keep it categorized. They can't. And so they hire people in these various divisions to do these things. All that we are today, when I say we are, I'm talking about all of the individuals that create humanity, all that we are today, all that we sit in, this real world, and all that that exists, from the good, the bad, the ugly, whatever it is, we all created it. It doesn't matter if you're the most wealthiest person or if you're the poorest person. It doesn't matter if you're the most healthiest person or the most unhealthiest person. We all co-created this reality, this world here in this physical plane, period. No one person can sustain this physical existence. Not one. It took us all. The catch here is that those that rose to this level of proficiency, knowledge, and awareness realized that there were so many different sheeples, laymen and women, that didn't understand what needed to take place in order to sustain this ram. They knew that they didn't understand. And so they were able to manipulate us into being the worker bees, into sustaining this place, into, I'm going to give you an example of being underpaid, not appreciated to help sustain this place. Playing your role as small as it may be to sustain this place. But not being aware that those that sit on top cannot sit on top if everybody did not play their role. Why is that important and relative to what I'm talking about? It is because I'm going back talking about this Bible and how, in this case, the Bible, and I'm sure it's in many other aspects of life. I just haven't, my focus hasn't been led there to other examples of how we have been manipulated into being afraid to look at such things. So back to this chart, because I'm all over the place. I know it. We're just in the study group. Is that the 11th house? I'm going to use it as an example in order to explain or to show and reveal how the Lord or the king or the president at any given time in the history of humanity has not wanted the sheep or the general populace to be proficient in an area, but and hid the information because they categorized it in such mediums as tarot, in such mediums as astrology. Only those that are proficient will begin to see. But you won't do it if you are afraid to do it. And you are afraid to do it because you've been subliminally told generation after generation to not offend the Lord. But we thought the Lord was the God Almighty, the creator, the sustainer of life, the one that was the original jolt that brought life into existence. Who would want to anger God? Who would want to go against God? Huh? The infinite one, the void, something that we can't even fathom. We don't even understand. So when we taught that, whether it's directly or indirectly, one thing we do know is we don't want to insult such a powerful entity, such a powerful being. We are very, very loyal to God and to Lord. But what we're not understanding is that the God and Lord that we're so devoted to, we're not devoted to the God or Lord, how can I say this, that we think we are. We're not. We are devoted to the kings and queens and rulers of this physical world, not that intangible being that we so revere. We're not familiar with it. Only thing I can say about the God of this realm, no, I said that wrong. I retract that. All I can say about the infinite one, the one that has no name, the one that we call ourselves revering, it's intangible, it's undefinable, it's something that we don't know, is that I can assume that that entity, whatever it may be, that's so grand, can't even talk about it, sum it up in one term, that it created this realm. Almost like this realm is a toy, It's one of its many creations on a shelf. That's how small we are. That's what we can say about that being. And that when that being created this realm, or what we've learned to be called or referred to as the Saturn's cube, because we're contained in something, is that creator, that being as a creator of our realm, created an ecosystem. When I say an ecosystem, I'm saying it's self-contained and it functions on autopilot. So it created it. It's set on autopilot, meaning it got all its mechanisms and triggers. It's just going to go about. You ever put a car on cruise control? we're on cruise control. And it set us on a shelf. We can let that being go that we want to revere, but we don't know it to revere it. It set us on a shelf. So right now, we're talking about the God that rules, not the creator, but rules this realm. And how this realm, again, is flying on autopilot. It has rules and regulations, and there's policies and all those kind of things, right? That's Saturn. That's the restriction. That's the limit. Those are the structures. That if you know the rules to this realm, then you can master this realm. And that's what the very wealthy and those that are very powerful have over the sheeple, the plain, everyday laymen and laywomen. That's what they got over us. We're not proficient in what area? We're not proficient or knowledgeable about this realm, about this existence, about this life. We're not. And because we're not proficient, we've been told not to look. Those people, those more elitist people, the wealthy, the kings and queens and things like that, they have the upper hand on us. And the kings and queens is what I'm trying to get to, said don't look for the truth about this realm. Don't look at magic because you'll find the answer. Don't look or consult the alchemist because you'll find the answer. Because the truth of the matter, an alchemist is a chemist. And the chemists deal with what? The elemental table. It says don't look. They use the mystical word, alchemist. Ooh, don't look at the alchemist. Don't consult the alchemist. Don't consult the magician or the root worker. These are the people that deal with the facts, rules, and regulations to this physical realm. Remember, the herbalist is a botanist, I think is the word, working with plant life and things like that, where an alchemist is a chemist, working with the various elements that have been discovered on this earth. Don't you look over there. Don't you come to understand, don't draw the bridge that the label that I'm using is mystical. Don't see that. Don't go look over there. Because if you look over there, you're going to become proficient. You're going to learn. And you're going to master a particular area in this physical realm. And then you'll be able to see in the spirit. And we won't be able to control you. We won't be able to dominate this physical realm. We won't be able to dominate you. If that was to happen. If a large majority of all the individuals that create humanity at any given time were to wake up, to see, to reach that level of mastery or proficiency in a particular area because they're no longer afraid to see, then guess what will happen in this physical realm? We will all have our equal share in this physical realm, in all of its abundance. Ending what? War, things like that. That's too deep. They make us think that things have to be the way they are now, with killing and war and things and that, things such as that. But the only reason all of the war and stuff exists is because there's a gap between the highly aware or intellectual or geniuses and the sheeple. The sheeple are bound by their fear and also their ignorance. In the Bible, it was the scripture said, my people will die for a lack of knowledge. We talked about that before. So, there's no real end to this live stream. When it ends is when it ends. Remember, I'm just studying and sharing and speaking out loud. So, let's see if I can get back in this groove of things. 11th house. So now we're not afraid anymore. We're going into a new category for this live stream right here. The new category, label, subject matter is, we're not afraid anymore. We're going to consult astrology. We ain't afraid no more. Why aren't we afraid? This is logic. Excuse me. This is King of Swords energy in tarot. Let's get a clear understanding about what we're looking at. Because we've been told not to consult such things. Well, here is an example of the King of Swords energy. This is a rational move. This is a logical move. This is a reasonable move. The move to do what? The move to move in and began to study astrology. Why is it a rational move to study astrology? Because, number one, it will unpackage one of the mediums that the people in power use to hide relative information to this physical realm. 11th house. What is the 11th house about? Remember, the 11th house is about associations. It's about our exchanges with others, the communications, etc., etc. Basically, if you Google 11th house relative to astrology. So, we want to go deeper. We want to see how these people in power package a bunch of information into the 11th house. So, I'm going to start there, and then I want to read this other screen that I got behind here. What I do? I put it over here. My Mars is in the 11th house. Got a lot of energy in the 11th house. So, that's not the... Oh, it is page 1. I have written here on my paper, I'm just going to read. This is the stuff I was writing before I started this live stream. Again, I'm dealing with the 11th house. When I say the 11th house, I'm talking about this chart over here to this side of me. And one of those squares is considered the 11th house of Aquarius. Now, what is the 11th house in detail? Why are we looking for more details associated with what the 11th house means? Because we're unpackaging the hidden mystery, that which has been hidden from us, the individuals that create humanity, the sheeple. 11th house. The 11th house I have written here. Oh, let me say this. All of the information I'm about to share is from Wikipedia. www.wikipedia.com. So, 11th house really is a knot, K-N-O-T, of people, a knot of people. Going on, speaking about the 11th house, reading my notes from Wikipedia is special interest groups, or SIG, is a community within a large organization with a shared interest in advancing a specific area of knowledge, learning, or technology, where members cooperate to affect or to produce solutions within their particular field. An example of such a special interest group are like political interest groups. So what am I saying? I'm saying when we deal in astrology, which we've been told not to look at, or we get a tarot reading and it starts pointing to the 11th house of associations, what is it saying? It's saying that, hey, especially when it deals with astrology and current events, it's saying, hey, look at your personal 11th house, your unique story, your 11th house. What special interest groups are you a part of? What SIGs are you affiliated with? And it says because that affiliation has a shared interest. So the question is, what's your shared interest? What are you after? What is your goal? What are you working or collaborating to achieve? What goal? You know? It says, hey, your individual story, what political groups are you affiliated with? What are your political shared interests? You know, those kind of things. Still going on, still talking about the 11th house, because I'm trying to give you more in-depth detail about what the 11th house means in astrology, as it is a compressed hidden file which helps us to understand our reality in this physical world at any given time. But most of us are afraid to look. But when a person is pointed to the 11th house doing astrology reading or a tarot reading, what is it saying look at? It's saying, hey, look at clubs and associations. As a club is an association of two or more people united by a common interest or goal. Example of such clubs are clubs devoted to hobbies. So, what am I saying? I'm saying in this real physical world, one of the things we've been taught not to look at or to consult is astrology. But if you get over your fear and you begin to consult astrology, then you realize when you get over your fear and you begin to partake in astrological studies, you realize that this world is constructed in a way that it is time to look at this area of life. Or you may come to understand that it's a specific period, maybe right now, that you may have some difficulties coming from this area. But see, you don't know that as a layman or a lay woman that's not proficient in any area. You don't know that. You don't know where the shit about to hit the fan from. You don't know where you're supposed to go. Why? Because you've been told not to look there. But we're using, again, the 11th house as just an example during this study time. So moving forward and still talk about the 11th house and where it would, if you were proficient in it, it would say, hey, look here. At this point in time, today, right now, look here in your life. Because this is where, again, example, shit might be about to hit the fan. Okay, so let's talk about clubs. Clubs as an association of two or more people united to a common interest or goal. Saying, hey, such clubs could be, you might have a club of hobbies. People that get together and scrapbook, or sports teams, or what they call it when you're betting on sports and things, people that get together for that. Social activities, political and religious, and so forth. Moreover, service clubs, such as being volunteers or charity, or fundraisers, those type of groups. Or fraternities or sororities. Or personal clubs, like your friends and family get together and create a little club, or whatever you might do. Professional societies, work related. It could be research presentations coming together to share your findings. Remember, we're talking about the true prophets. Examples of true prophets are those people that have those research presentations and they share with others. Or bars, like the Bar Association associated with attorneys. What are we talking about? Large social networks. We're talking about 11th house. And we're talking about it for a reason, and I'll try to make it clearer after I read my notes. Scientific societies. How about this? Fan clubs. Why am I talking about this? I feel like I need to kind of make it make sense. I'm talking about this because, and I'm talking about the 11th house. I just chose a house to talk about because that's what I'm researching right now. How can I say this to make it more clear? I am talking about this because this here is, Nancy, don't brainstorm. Come back here. When I read and I remember it and I know what to say. Too much. I don't know. Shaba. So, why am I talking about this? I can't remember how. I keep hearing what I'm supposed to say, but I'm not catching it. So I'll continue to read. Still talking about the 11th house, continuing. What constitutes the 11th house? Continuing. social clubs, like even gentlemen's clubs or strip clubs, where people congregate for common interests. A garden club, student clubs, parent clubs, like PTA. Let me see if I can say it. Why is this so important? We, when I say we, I'm talking about the individuals that create humanity, take a lot of things for granted. We take things for granted, such as life and how it progresses or moves forward. Many of us, most of us, are not aware that all of these things are trapped. It is important for a person to be able to see the inner workings or the mechanisms or the structures that govern this physical realm. Because even though you can't see them, there are those that are in power that are more proficient and more knowledgeable that do know these things. And they work these rules, regulations, policies, and mechanisms in order to manipulate the circumstances and situations in which you're losing. And so as I talk about the 11th house, I'm talking about things that are the structure that really is the hidden mechanisms in our physical world. Right now, I'm talking about the hidden structures or mechanisms that are the 11th house. This 11th house area is governed by those people in power. They understand, they can see in the spirit. Well, you can't see this as something that's significant, such as being a part of a fan club, or being a part of a gentleman's club, or being a part of a student club, or whatever the case may be. You don't see the significance of it. And because you can't see the hardcore facts and how they are directly a regulation, a policy, a mechanism in which to facilitate or crank this reality, you don't understand its importance. But I reiterate, there are those people that are proficient, like the Hierophant, that understand these hidden mechanisms that crank this physical reality. And they can use these things in order to manipulate you. And we've been told, whether consciously, and subliminally, directly or indirectly, not to study such areas. Because then you are aware that you are being manipulated. So what can I say right now? Here's another label or subject matter that we're covering. And I say this because these are popular topics I hear on YouTube, where people talk about people being manipulated by the system. Manipulated by the system. What do you mean? When you hear that, you're like, yeah, we being manipulated by the system. But you never understand how you're being manipulated by the system. And why don't you understand that you're being manipulated by the system? You know, why do sometimes we think these things are just trendy things to say? It is because we lack a level of proficiency. This Hierophant on the side, we lack a level of proficiency or awareness or understanding about the mechanisms that govern this physical realm. Right now, as we start piercing into the 11th house and seeing what it means, we are unpackaging some of the hidden information that has been accumulated by these proficient people. We don't use it, but they do. So I continue. Still talking about this 11th house because it gets detailed. Now I'm going to show you some stuff on here. I don't know. I'm just here. Still dealing with the 11th house. We done talked about the 11th house relative to special interest groups, or SIG. Now SIG also has a technical aspect that I'm not going to go into because that's a whole nother branch. I can't cover everything. No one person can. We've talked about the 11th house relative to clubs, groups. Now we're going to talk about the 11th house as far as alliances, because all of this is the information about this physical world that the people in power are using to manipulate you. So, alliances. Alliance is a relationship among people, groups, or states that have joined together for mutual benefit or to achieve some common purpose. Whether or not explicit agreement has been worked out among them. Members of of an alliance are called allies. Allies. I just want to stop. Because allies, you know, we hear that word every now and then. Yeah, I got some allies. But you don't understand the significance of it. Allies, that term, that state of being in relationship, being in relationship to another, is one of the mechanisms that crank this reality, and it's being used against you to manipulate you. But you don't understand the gravity, I'll say, of the situation because you're not what? Proficient in a particular area of life. Why aren't you proficient in a particular area of life? Is it because, I'm not talking to you, just talking in general. I just say you because I'm talking to people out there. Is that you were lazy, lacking education, or have you been caught up in your own intimate little world? Own intimate little world. Let me stop for a minute because that leads me, let me see how I get back here. Caught up in your own little intimate world. The reason why I say that because, let's see, caught up in your own little intimate world. Now this is an online Bible thing. I know religiously they wouldn't agree with me using it here on the Tarot channel talking about what I'm talking about. However, I got to go here and talk about some stuff here. Because we talking about the sheeple being caught up in their own little intimate world. So they can't get to this level of the Hierophant. They can't get proficient in a particular area because they stuck on dumb stuff. They stuck on being broke, trying to meet the demands of life, trying to buy some groceries, pay some rent or mortgage, trying to keep the car together, keep the kids from, doing something wrong, trying to look good, trying to go to work, trying to pay your taxes. What else you got to do? Trying to keep your lover faithful, all that kind of stuff. Trying to stop using drugs, smoking cigarettes and alcohol, or starting to use alcohol, cigarettes, because everything in your life that got on your nerve. These are the things that sheeples do. We are preoccupied. And when we do get a break, then we sitting in the church praying for a breath. Well, I'm here to give you the breath. The first steps to getting the breath, catching your breath. Let's see. This might not even be the one. I don't think this is the one. Y'all, I'm just here studying, so what am I? I'm looking for something, y'all. That's not the one. And this is another thing. Right now, I'm trying some stuff out. Hold on, y'all. I'm trying some stuff out. What happened? Video pause. Continue watching. Yeah, I don't want that. Hopefully that's not too loud. I've got to unwind. This is meditation right here. You gotta be that serious. All the time. Right now, I'm still here. Remember, I'm studying, so this is why I'll probably get quiet because I'm looking for something in particular to share. Where did I do with it? I misplaced it. I got so many things. Let's see, which one is this one? Being aware. It was saying that don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. They will not. Oh, I know. They will not be able to. Was talking about not being able to. They be partying. Where is it at? Where's the one? It said the flesh. Nah. The flesh. Man, did I close? I didn't remember closing anything up. Are they player hating on me? Let's find the one that talks about the flesh. Because there's a message in there. Right now, y'all, I'm in the middle of studying. Either you're going to be with me and ride the wave. See what I see. That's it. Right there. Okay. But that's the one I had open, isn't it? It is. No, that's okay. Okay, let's find it. Okay, this one. Okay, I need this particular site. Okay. Okay, let's make some changes here. Make some changes. First time trying this. Let's make some changes. I need. Did I do that right? Okay. Is that right? Is it right? Something's not right. Backslash. Not right. My eyes have gotten weak. I believe I'm on my way there. Let's see. Watch, you dirty rats. Did I do it right? Oh. No, I did not. Eyes have gotten weak. Give to me what I request. Okay. That's YouTube. What you hear is the music playing. I'm gonna get all kind of possibly copyrights, warnings, or whatever. I'm just here doing this. That's me. So, what are you listening to? Just to give credit where credit is due. You're listening to relaxing music, Reiki healing music, meditation music, sleep music, calming music, Zen music. It says 1917, and it is on the channel of Body Mind Zone. And it was streamed live on May 28th of 2019. There. This is, I do not own the copyrights to this music that you hear. I don't own the right to any information you may see here from www.wwackpedia.com, where I get a lot of the information, on a particular subject matter. Nor do I own the site or the information that's offered on any of these online Bible sources, and they may or may not agree with the works that I am doing, but I do want to give again credit where credit's due, and also want to let you know that they have no affiliation with me. Most likely I'll get some copy strikes, warnings, or something about this, but this is how I go about my studying and my meditation, as I unpackage that which I'm being re-educated or educated on. And right now, I want to share with you why I was saying how sheep will go about being lost to some degree. I'll catch up. I'm gonna slow down. Let me see if I catch up now. So what you're seeing here, you may see here, is this Bible place, which is open Bible information. Again, uh, they have nothing per se to do with my works. I'm just using them as a resource as I look back over what I was taught in the church, and what was I was taught in the church has um, invoked a fear base within me and within my subconscious. And that fear was not to seek such things as magic, not to consult with magic or magicians or alchemists or astrology or astronomy and those kind of things. And right now I'm talking about how that was an intentional ploy of those that were in power, the lords, the gods, the rulers, the presidents, in order to keep the sheep or the common man or woman from seeking knowledge, the truth. Why did they not want us to seek knowledge or truth? And it said, don't offend God, which was them. It's because then we would be aware of the tactics that they use. And the tactics that they use are um, ingrained in our reality, meaning they create our reality. These tactics that they use are not made up per se by them. It's not made up by them. It's discovered through life and through living. And they categorized it and realized that the basic man and woman didn't understand the gravity of these rules and regulations. And so they present them to us. So I've heard this, so that we can't say that we didn't know. But they presented them to us in a way that we did not comprehend, we could not comprehend. As many of you know, we are supposed to be entering into, on the threshold of entering into the age of Aquarius. And the age of Aquarius is a period in which knowledge will abound. And so here we are. We are learning and we are coming to understand so that we can comprehend what the gravity of what is really going on, or the truth about what's going on. And right now we're talking about coming out from under that fear that keeps us from seeking the actual rules and regulations that govern this physical earth that man did not create, but the Almighty God, the divine thing we can't even define. It's immeasurable, it's inconceivable, that being that we don't know, created this realm. And it's a lot of rules that created layer many and many millions and billions or trillions of layers of rules, trillions of layers of rules. Nobody can know them all, but we have humanity, the people in humanity have come to discover a considerable amount of these rules, regulations, and policies that govern this earth. Those people in power kept it for themselves and understood, again, the extent of it, the gravity of it, the significance of it, where the normal men and women, common men and women, basic men and women did not. Age of Aquarius is revealing all of this information to the common man and woman. So I guess I can say, in short, I'm here to play my part. And so another thing before I move forward, talking about current technology and how it's advancing quickly. The reason why current technology is advancing so quickly, the reason why we are seeing the uprise of 5G technology, fifth generation of technology, which is due to go sync online around the world in, I think, April 2020. The reason why, what they call it, androids or different forms of synthetic lives, I cannot ever remember the different type of variations of synthetic life or artificial life, or artificial intelligence, including the internet and other things like that. The reason all of that is coming online at this particular time is because the age of Aquarius is here. So you will know, and you will understand, and you will see clearly what has been hidden from you in plain sight, which are the rules and regulations that govern this earth. Once you are aware, then remember, the power, the resources in this physical plane, on this physical plane, will begin to be equally distributed among all residents or inhabitants on this earth. And the people in power do not want that. And so artificial intelligence is uh, being created and executed, put online, we'll say, globally, because people will not be able to be shepherded or shepherded or led or forced or manipulated to do works that they don't have to do. You know, and we've been doing it for a mighty long time. You won't want to. You will demand your portion. You will be aware. You will be this hierophant over here. You'll be aware and you'll know how to do it. And so you won't want to many, I'll say, what do you call it, law officials, or what do you call it, like police, military folks, just common men and women like ourselves. They will not uphold and protect these people and their cause or their goals anymore. They will see as well. They're just people, just us. And they'll begin to see. And so artificial intelligence has to be implanted and implemented across the world for a time such as that, the time of what we call the uprising, so to say. It has to be. And technology has to have its own level of consciousness in order to execute the demands of the lords, of the gods, of the kings, queens, et cetera, of this earth, in order to enforce their will into the world. That's another part of what's been going on, and I could go off into a tangent about that, but I won't. I got a few videos already in existence here on my channel, and you can feel free at any time to go to my video catalog, because I offer you all that I have, and it's here. I actually just scroll and click on the topic that's interesting to you. Anything that you see in any of the videos that I've created actually cover the stuff I'm talking about here. And in this video, I advance forward. And so, right now, what am I talking? I want to share. So I was talking about the sheeple. The sheeple. Let's see if I can find the scripture from the Bible that I want to share. This one right here. We talk about Galatians chapter 5, verses 19 through 21. And I'm sharing this scripture. I'm not trying to convert anybody, because I'm not even a part of a religious sect. This is just part of my background. And so I see the reality now as I've gotten more proficient in a particular area of life. It has allowed me to see. And I can see this through a different lens. And this is really talking about the sheeple, the regular laymen and women that are not proficient in a particular area and or preoccupied with the various little intricate and even minute details of their own personal life, the insanity of life, those people. And it says, now the works of the flesh are evident. What does that mean? Now the works of the flesh are evident. When we start talking about the works of the flesh, we're talking about being susceptible to certain behaviors and needs, wants, and desires, just because you're a human being, just because you are in this vessel. When I say you are, I'm talking about your essence, your spirit is in this vessel. And because you're in this physical vessel, this body is high maintenance, very demanding. It has urges, desires, different things like that. And so when it says, now the works of the flesh are evident, it is evident to us that we have longings and urges and addictions and desires and wants and needs and feelings and emotions, etc., etc. All of these things go with this physical vessel or the flesh. So it is evident that these things exist in anybody in a physical vessel. Let me read again, or read on. So it says, now the works of the flesh are evident: sexual immorality, sexual immorality, impurity, sensuality, adultery, sorcery, enmity, I think it's a word, strife, jealousy, fits of anger, what was rivalers? Yeah, you probably can read it better than me. Discretions, yeah, I know I'm not the best reader, but I get it. Divisions, envy, drunkenness, orgies, and things like these. Catch the word, it's things like these. Again, when we're talking about the flesh, we're talking about the things that we're susceptible to do or to partake in, to feel, to sense, the experiences that only exist because we're in the flesh. So when we read this particular Bible verse, and many like it or similar to it, it always talks about the sexual immorality and things like that, and it focuses on that. But it's so much bigger than that. It's much deeper. Again, it can be anything from hunger and thirst. These are conditions of being human. It's everything from having to urinate to defecate. These are urges, and then there's the desires. Those are things that are built into us. And then there are other things that we, uh, what do you call it, impose upon ourselves, like drinking, then you become an alcoholic, or overeating, becoming obese or obsessed. You can be obsessed with a person. So, I mean, it's so many different dynamics, and it says things like these. And so you could just imagine, again, it's specific to your story. You might have one thing, but not the other. And if you're fortunate, you might not have much of them that you have to deal with. At least that's to say you haven't imposed something upon yourself by becoming a drug addict or alcoholic, or you haven't been possessed by any spirits that have sexual deviancy or fetishes and things like that. But you still have to deal with hunger, being hot or cold. All these things are because you're in a human vessel. And so that's what they're talking about when they're talking about the flesh. So, reading on. And then the next thing, it says, I warn you. I warn you. This is the Lord talking. This is the God talking. This is the kings and queens of a given time talking. It says, I warn you. As I warned you before. Meaning I told you over and over again, you're not listening. It wasn't that we're not listening. We weren't comprehending because of the way it was presented to us. It's like in the scripture, the way it was presented to us. It's outside of us. It's more mystical. It's more metaphysical. We don't understand it. But in the age of Aquarius, this is a time period in which we begin to understand. Understand what I'm saying here now is that the Lord's saying, Kings are saying, we told you. We wrote it down. We presented it before you. We showed you. We showed you in the movies, all kind of stuff. These are things that we are seeing even here primarily. I'm talking about YouTube. You see it on here. What people talking about, oh, they show it in the movies, or they tell you in the Bible, or they show it here and there and everywhere, but we're not getting it. We think it's entertainment or something like that. But in reality, this is their attempt to tell the truth to the masses. And I've heard someone before on YouTube somewhere say, hey, they got to tell us. They have to tell us. It's a rule. It's a requirement. And so they can say, hey, we told them. And it's saying here, it says, I warned you, as I warned you before, that those who do such things as what? Be all off into the physical condition, preoccupied with mundane life desires, urges, going to work, being blind, loosely following blind prophets and teachers and stuff. But I warned you, hey, you was doing all these things, that you will not inherit the kingdom of God. You want to inherit the kingdom of God. So the question is, how do you inherit the kingdom of God? How do you inherit a peaceful habitat? How do you inherit peace of mind? Well, first you got to know what it is. What is the kingdom of God? Now, I'm not talking about anything, outside right now of the physical. I'm talking about right here in the physical. How can you inherit the kingdom of God in this physical realm? By being guaranteed to have your portion. Whatever it is that you need, but just bare necessities. Every individual that creates humanity having their bare necessity to have a life that is, um, that you can be content with and move forward. No suffering and things like that. Um, but in order to get that, you have to understand how to get it. And so the way we were taught, we didn't know that we could get it during our lifetime. Is it picture perfect? I don't think so. But I think it balances things out where they're not super wealthy versus those that die in 3 weeks of being born due to malnutrition. It balances that out. Everybody gets their fair share. And so it's saying, hey, if you off, that scripture right there saying, hey, sheeple, if you're going to continue to do sheeple shit, and sheeple shit is mean what? Running around, being in love, fighting, cussing, being in love, triangulations, running around from job to job, not paying bills, not wanting to get your education, not understanding to get your education, being sick, fighting off sickness, eating what you ain't supposed to help make yourself sick, fucking up the environment. If you don't want to learn, then that's fine. But we keep trying to tell you that if you don't learn this stuff, you ain't going to inherit the kingdom of God. In another scripture, say, oh, you going to die. Because the wages of sin is death. It tell you that. It tell you again in the Bible, hey, my people going to die for lack of knowledge. I could go on and on because it got so many different scriptures where the Lord, so the kings, queens of a given time are talking to the people saying, we keep trying to tell you. You keep trying to tell you, but you lean upon us. You trust us with your well-being. And we constantly telling you, but you can't see. And such a large majority of the people that create humanity have trusted these people, or not even trusted them. They did this level of blindness. And it starts with, let me stop. What am I talking about right now? I'm talking about how the sheeple, or the people that cannot see, how they won't inherit the kingdom of God, we're going to say, which is a decent existence, physical existence while you're here. And the reason why these sheeple won't inherit the kingdom of God is because they're too preoccupied with what has been labeled the mundane, the simple, the simplistic, the basic, the lower animal instincts or nature of being in the human condition, and not rising in intelligence or awareness about what this physical realm. So you're gonna die. You're gonna die. And don't say I didn't tell you so. Well, you can't tell that which really is the creator of this realm that I didn't tell you. And so that's what it's about. And I was about to say something else. Of course, I forgot again. I ain't got no more coffee. Oh, I do got more coffee. As long as I got coffee, the night is still young. So, what am I talking about now? I'm not. Okay. What am I talking about now? Because I'm learning. We're learning. We're researching. This is just a live study and research. So, going back to the 11th house. The reason why I'm going back to the 11th house because I wasn't finished with it. But first, I wanted to talk about how, in this scripture, this King James version, how 1 minute, how to say, how can I define how we weren't able to comprehend what was really being said? We couldn't. Generation after generation, people going to church, paying tithes, praying, singing, jumping, worshiping, but not understanding what was really being said or taught. It was incomprehensible. And I'm sure it was constructed like that for a reason. And I will have to go off into another level of research and retrieve some stuff to show evidence of that. But anyway, so we are now coming out of this fear, slowly but surely. And we'll begin to see what again the rules and regulations are to this world. But then there'll be those that will definitely die one way or another because they are too preoccupied with the mind day. And I'm going to leave that alone. And I'm going talking about the 11th house because I wasn't through talking about it, like I said. And we're just looking at just one little area, in which um, the information or the rules and the regulations to this physical world have been encased. And those rules and regulations have been encased and hidden within astrology. And one little space that we're dealing with is the 11th house in astrology. We talked about the 11th house covering special interest groups, various clubs, alliances. This is where we left off. So when we talk about the alliances, it says alliances is a relationship among people, remember, groups or states that have joined together for mutual benefit or to achieve some common purpose, whether or not explicit agreement has been worked out among them. Members of all alliances are called allies. Alliances form in many settings, including political, military, and business. In the context of war, W-A-R, or armed struggle, such associations may be called allied powers. Now, remember, I consulted, not the word consult, you know what I mean, I'm scatterbraining, but Wikipedia in order to gain information on these various areas. And when talking about alliances, when you get down to the nitty gritty of alliances, it end up going into war. And so remember, the people that are in power use the various already predefined rules and regulations to this realm. And one of the rules or regulations, for lack of better words, is alliances, building alliances. And this is an area in which a person or people have perfected. And it is using alliances in an association with war. We will, life in this world, there has been many wars. But now we're here now. I'm saying people that are alive now are now in this at this point in time. Hear of all these wars. And how can I say this? See, sometimes I don't know how to word this stuff, which may be an increased complication, especially while studying, but I'll see. So, but I bring that one to point that area out about alliances being directly related to war and allied powers, because we hear a lot of that allied powers on the news when we start talking. You start hearing the news talking about, you know, Russia and China and who gonna be with who and Pakistan and this, and we talking about allied powers. Again, we're talking about 11th house matters. And remember, we were told subliminally or on a subconscious level not to focus on this area. But this is one of the main mechanisms in this physical world at work. And it's hidden in plain sight to the very general populace. And when we start talking about the 11th house dealing with allied powers and war, but we're told not to look there. Understand that one with a reasonable level of intelligence would immediately become aware that they have been improperly educated to not look, and they have been improperly influenced by what? Being told not to look and not looking. If you don't look, you don't know what's going on, is what I'm saying. And the 11th house, I don't know how to, I'm gonna figure out a way to convey this concept so that you understand. Because I'm not doing a good thing. So I'm just stop. Because when I keep trying to explain myself, I make it worse. Still talking about 11th house under the subtitle of alliances. Another alliance can be like an airline alliance. So you need to understand how significant this is. What does it mean for airline alliance? Well, think about it. On this whole globe, how many airports are there? How many airplanes are there? How many different airplane companies are there? How many different locations do these airplanes fly to and from? There has to be a group in which every single airline in this whole world is affiliated with, or in an alliance. They meet as an alliance there in that group, or that common place, or that common space. To do what? To talk about who will go where and when. Because there can only be so many airplanes in the sky. There can be only so many, you got to be, the routes have to be set up so the airplanes know when to come and go. We're not talking about just one airport. They have to do it within their own airport. But then globally, they have to come to an agreement. And that whole global meeting of all the airline industries in the entire world, no matter how big or small, is what is meant by airline alliance. And I almost had what I need to say. Lost it again. So when talking about the 11th house, it also deals with airline alliance. The next thing is therapeutic alliance. What is a therapeutic alliance? Was we talking about the 11th house and its significance in this physical realm? Therapeutic alliance is a healthcare provider and a client, or the healthcare provider and the patient. This is a what? Intimate exchange that two or more people have with a purpose, and the purpose is to attend to that person's or the client's or the patient's health. But nevertheless, it still is an 11th house issue or subject matter. Yeah, subject matter. Gotta figure that out. 11th house subject matter. And it's a part of our world, and we're told not to look there. Going on, still talking about the 11th house. Now, at this point in time, when I talk about the 11th house, I know a lot of you don't follow astrology. But again, this is the age of Aquarius. It's time to awaken. And remember, such things help you to see and to organize the information, because there's so much information. That's what it's really about. Astrology and tarot is an organization of the information that has been compiled in the history of humanity, period. And we've been told not to look there. Now we're looking at that compiled information, and we're looking at it through the means of astrology. And we're focusing primarily on, or specifically on, the 11th house. there are 12 houses. We're looking at the 11th house. And the 11th house corresponds or represents the social networking, large social networking. And this is an area we're told not to look at. This is an area we're told not to be proficient in. Why? So that they can dominate the earth, in short. So right now, and the 11th house is the house of Aquarius. Remember, Aquarius is ruled by Saturn and Uranus. Now, let me talk about Saturn a little bit relative to what we just discussed about the 11th house. Remember, when we talked about the 11th house thus far, we talked about special interest groups. We talked about clubs and organizations. We talked about alliances. Now, how does the Saturn planet as the ruler of Aquarius fit in? Well, when we start talking about Saturn, you got to understand what Saturn means. Saturn represents, remember this is coded, they've hidden it from us. Let's see, we're no longer afraid. Saturn represents all the rules and the regulations of this physical realm. Learning them. Once you get the rules and regulations to the intricate workings of this physical realm, then you create structures using those rules. And so after early people, in humanity, figured out the rules, as they found the rules, they began to create special interest groups, clubs, different organizations, and building alliances based on Saturn, the rules to this realm. And once those rules to the realm were pulled together and I say linked in, put the rules all together, building. Then a structure is created. In this case, we're talking about the structure of networking. Intimate networking. We're talking about 11th house. Just that. It's so much more. We're focusing on 11th house. So we're talking about, keep it simple, networking, whether it's on a more of a micro level, even all the way up to a macro, meaning a very large level, global level networking. And so, gosh dang it, I was talking about Saturn. That's what Saturn is associated with relative to the 11th house of Aquarius. But remember, Aquarius is ruled by the planet Uranus as well. So right now we're about to go in talking about Uranus energy relative to the 11th house, which is Aquarius house. So let's see what Uranus means. Let's talk about it a little bit before we even start. Uranus is an energy of sudden things happening. It represents enlightenment and a light bulb on top of one's head. It represents lightning striking you. It represents revelation. It represents enlightenment. And what is that? What does that mean? Well, let's look at what I found on Wikipedia relative to the 11th house, knowing that the 11th house is the house of large social networking. That's what we know. So, networks or networking. Still talking about the 11th house. But now we're looking at the Uranian energy. Networking or networks are directly related to science, technology, and mathematics. This is Uranus, as this how's it go? It's a higher octave, meaning it's more etheric. When you're talking about etheric or futuristic or technical, this is the energy. Is again networks, and it's relative to science, technology, and mathematics. This field of study, which is network science, is an academic field which studies complex networks such as telecommunications, networks, computer networks, biological networks, cognitive and somatic networks, and social networks. Now, why is that important? You got to remember that we've been taught not to look at 11th house matters. When we hear somebody say, oh, don't look up, the 11th house matters, do you understand the extent of what they're talking about? When we're told not to look at astrology, which contains 11th house matters. How can I say this? I got it now. I know what I need to say. We are afraid to do so. But we're not afraid. What we're afraid of, we think we are fooled or manipulated into thinking that we are not to study astrology because it taps us in to spirits and entities that could be benevolent or malevolent. Just don't tap into it. Be afraid. We are led to think that it's some type of mysticism or magic or divination. It is occultic, it's hidden, it's scary, and it's wrong, and it's sinful. That's the myth that, or the fantasy that has been imposed upon us. It was a spell, the spell cast upon humanity. But the reality is, what they're telling us not to look at, it's not a piece of paper. It is not magical or mystic. It is occultic because it's hidden. But what they're actually saying is don't look at or do not study this area, is what I'm trying to say. Did I lose it again? Don't try to study this area. It is sinful to do so. You will displease God. You will anger God. You will have death. Every little scary thing that could possibly happen will happen to you if you consult this, if you seek this, if you study this, is the best term. If you study this, then you're going to anger God. But we know now that God or the Lord are the kings and queens that have existed throughout the history of humanity. We will anger them. We will anger them. And we will anger them because we will be what? Awakened. So, now that we know that astrology is an index, I think is what you call it, an index, a categorizing system that contains information. It tells you where to look. It tells you where to look. So when you let go of the fear and you start studying astrology, and it talks about or points you to the 11th house, you know to go over to the 11th house, let's see, and see what the 11th house is about. And you know that the 11th house is saying, hey, this is what you need to look at to be proficient in at this point in time in the history of humanity. Right now, while you here on this earth, you look here. Because right here is where it's going down. Right here is where another spell is being cast, or somebody is being bamboozled, or somebody is being misled, or somebody is dying, or somebody is gaining wealth in this area. In what area? The 11th house area. So a person could be dying or gaining wealth if they are part of a particular club or special interest group, or in this case, being involved in a particular area of science or of mathematics. It could be a breakthrough in mathematics. This is what they're keeping from us. The structure of this physical realm gives like these billboards and says, okay, this is the opportune time to use mathematics in order to increase production of food to feed humanity. Well, the common layman and woman are not proficient in the area, so they don't know this. They're not working in these fields, so they don't know this. But the people that are know this. That's what I'm trying to say. So when the message comes through the stars, remember this is a self-contained ecosystem, meaning it's riding on autopilot. All rules and regulations and things like that are in play. All the instructions and codes are in play. And the message come through, we're going to say in the sky, the snapshot of the sky. And it say, okay, 11th house, well, the professionals know to go be active, to invest in, to research, to pull upon what they've acquired in that particular area of alliances joining war, you know, or special interest groups, or what clubs to join or which clubs to create, what area of science to focus on, where would there be a breakthrough, where could there be contamination at. All of that is what's found here, but we don't know. Also in this 11th house, let me talk about, and I've talked about it a little bit before. The 11th house, remember, it deals with interpersonal exchange, is what I think it is. Interpersonal exchange, the exchanges of people and humanity. And a part of this is not just about the 11th house. It's all the houses now, what I'm talking about. And this is another label, a subject matter that I've discussed before. And the subject matter has to do with the various branches of knowledge. We're talking about higher education. And so that, okay, well, I remember, higher levels of education. You know, when we hear that, the lay me and a woman, the common man and a woman, when we start hearing branches of knowledge, branches of philosophy, you think of these highly intelligent people, you know. But the reason why I slapped my face, because I saw in that moment, I said that humans are supposed to be much more intelligent than we are. I saw that. I've heard, but I personally haven't been able to research it. I know one person can search everything, but I've heard before that there have been periods in the history of humanity that human beings were highly advanced, intellectually highly advanced. A lot of people talk about Egypt and Egyptians and things like that, and the building of the pyramids, and how intelligent they had to be, and savvy and technically savvy they had to be in order to accomplish what they've accomplished. Which leads me, or they talked about, what was the other place I've heard? Atlantis. I don't know anything about it, but I've heard, you know, Atlanteans and being a level of intelligence and having a level of technology. They showed in the movie, what's that movie? Oh man, Black Panther. The people living in Uganda or something like that, people of high intelligence and scientific advancement. And so the statement I just made a few moments ago made me understand that humanity overall is supposed to be in a higher level of intelligence, and we're not. And that, again, that's due to the tricks of the Lord, or the kings and queens of the time periods that have been and are, and hopefully we'll change it in the future. But you know, it was planned for our intelligence not to be to a certain level. God dang, I talk so much, but I'm there. Just go, just ride. And so, our lack of knowledge in a time we're supposed to be knowledgeable. We're supposed to be very intelligent people. What was it? I'm sorry. Try to multitask. So, level of intelligence. Level of intellect. We're supposed to have a high level of intellect. Forgot what I was going to say. So, anyway, moving on, talking about this Uranus energy, 11th house. I'll probably remember what I had to say, just be out of order. So I was talking about, I was talking about the various fields in that the 11th house points a person with a level of proficiency to look at the area. And I was saying that the 11th house covers network science, and is a academic field which studies complex networks such as telecommunications, remember, networks, computer networks, biological networks, cognitive and semantic networks, and social networks. Oh, I was going to say, so when common men and women hear these various terms, they get scared. They're scared. They are backed down and made submissive because they are not in possession of, or have not activated a workable or reasonable level of intelligence. So when they hear this kind of stuff, so remember I was saying, do people sheeple stay sheeples because they lazy? And that's what I'm talking about. Because we humans are so preoccupied with our mundane, the simple shit of life, that we're not on the intellectual level we should be. I'm talking about our basic level. We're supposed to be some highly intellectual beings. Because when you start talking about social networking, how many people really know the intricate details of social networking? How many people really know the intricate details of telecommunications? How many people know the intricate details of computer networking or biological networking or cognitive or somatic networks? Hell, I don't even know what to mean. I would have to look it up. I have an idea, but I don't know. You know, and so how many people, basic people anyway, know this? I would argue, not many at all. And so when these kind of terms or interests or concerns come up, people shun away and they back into their little mediocre lives and allow themselves to be overtaken with such mediocre things, which limits them from advancing and therefore are not a challenge to those that are in power, the gods, the lords, the presidents, queens at any given time. So still dealing with the 11th house and what we're not looking at. And the reason why, because we're not proficient. So network theory. Network theory. Now, what is a network? What is network theory? Network theory is the study of graphs as a representation of either symmetric relations or asymmetric relations. Hey Nancy, what the hell that mean? I'm gonna back down because I don't understand. Me either, but I get it. We get it. We ride the wave. If you get it, you ride away. Riding the wave means you're gonna get it. So you get it. You might not fully understand or have a comprehensive understanding or a full definition of what I just read that I got off of Wikipedia, but you kind of understand. You feel it. You sense it. So, what am I talking about? Still dealing with 11th house in astrology, as it is one of the mediums that we can use in order to gain understanding, to organize our thoughts and things like that, and to also research into the information that we have acquired, we've discovered over the existence of humanity. We got information and it's cataloged and it's categorized and we can tap into it. It's just so much. But astrology helps you focus. And it even helps you know the time period in which to focus on it. But we're afraid to do so because we have been manipulated into being afraid to look. But we are what? At the threshold of entering into the age of Aquarius, the moment of enlightenment. Uranus energy, moment of enlightenment, saying, wake the fuck up. Because my people will do what? Die for a lack of knowledge. So, anyway, so either symmetric relations or asymmetric relationships between discrete objects. Network theory has applications. Check this out. Just talking about network theory, which is part of the 11th house, has applications in many disciplines. Why is that important? In many disciplines. Because we're going back to the branches of knowledge. When we start talking about branches of knowledge, we're talking about school. And we're talking about school because we live in a capitalistic world that has monopolized the bare basis of life and put it up for sale. So we have to go to school and pay to get access to this information. But I talked about that in another video. And so these disciplines are, again, categories, recorded categories, organized categories in which we are to look and study in order to find out the rules to how to live in this world successfully. But many of us don't know how to do it because we get afraid. I contend that many in humanity have been manipulated into having a low level of intelligence intentionally, sheeple, so that they are afraid to be looked at or seen as dumb, stupid, retarded, intellectually limited. Can't let nobody know I don't understand. And if you're so afraid to be vulnerable, you will never, ever break out of this curse or spell that we, humanity, have been put under. And so we have to, oh, I get it. That's the breakdown of the ego. Y'all, I'll be going through it because you got to remember I've been studying this stuff for years. So I got a whole lot of stuff running in the background of my program. We can say a whole bunch of stuff. And so when it crosses, it makes sense. When it crosses, okay. So it crosses. So anyway, let me go back. So network theory has applications in many disciplines, including statistical physics. Now, 11th house matters in astrology is a record. 11th house is a record or index to go look at and find. I was like, oh, this is the 11th house. What the 11th house got to do? Chapter, oh, this chapter is on networking or alliances. This chapter is on such and such and such. Now, this chapter is on the technological part of Aquarius, 11th house Aquarius, you know, with the ruler Uranus. This is what that means. Okay, well, now that I'm there, now we're starting to talk about networking theory. Right? So networking theory break down and say, oh, well, networking theory has applications in many disciplines, including statistical physics. Who's a physics major here? Not many of us. So statistical physics. It also has to do with partial physics or particle physics, computer science, electrical engineering, biology, economics, finance, operations, research, climatology. We talked about climatology earlier. Ecology, and sociology. I forgot to turn the music down, y'all. I know that it be sounding real low to me and be real loud to y'all. So I'm sorry. Try to turn it down. I don't know if it's going to turn down or not. So I am so lost. Oh, y'all, I ain't even really y'all see what y'all saying. Are you answering questions? No questions really, Al. Just this is just a live study, y'all visiting me in my house. Y'all see me in my pajamas and looking crazy, and y'all just sitting here with me, and I'm just allowing y'all to see me do some of my study. You know, trial run and see how that go. I might let y'all come sit with me other times too as I study. Because right now, the reason I really haven't been posting here on YouTube. Is this you? Yeah, YouTube. Or I haven't made my June videos are because I've shared in the last live stream I did. I currently am being re-educated. I mean, I'm going through my own life experiences. It's not so much me, but at this point in time, I'm a witness to other people's lives and their experiences. I'm in an empathic state, and so I am a bit overwhelmed with all the information that I am receiving. And I was saying earlier in this live stream, I'm like the poster child for an empath right now. This is how it looks. I do invite you, if you're just getting here, to watch the first hour. Well, I've been on here 3 hours. Gone with my bad self. You know, just talking about spirituality, because a lot of people don't understand spirituality. And so I'm sharing spirituality from what I know it. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I am wrong. But I won't know until the fat lady sings. It was all over, said, and done. But based on what I've come to believe, I believe certain things that I've shared it. And I shared why I believe it, how I come to understand it, those kind of things. And I talked about being an empath in this live stream. I've talked about prophets and false prophets in Revelation. I have talked about how I believe most of humanity has been scared, manipulated into being scared into consulting with divination, various forms of divination, astrology, alchemists, and things like that. I talked about that and why that is the case. And now, right now, I'm talking about getting this breakthrough, overcoming the fear, diving into today, as an example, astrology. And when we're dealing with astrology, we'll go straight to the 11th house, and we're finding out why we need to overcome these fears. We're finding out why we've been manipulated, what has it kept us from. And I'm sharing here that, hey, we've been kept from organized records and lines of thought, the shortcuts to answers to our physical existence in this world. And right now I'm dealing with the 11th house, and basically 11th house of Aquarius, which is also ruled by Uranus, talking about that energy, the scientific, the futuristic energy, and what the 11th house has category or logged in it. This is just like, I don't know, a context. What do they call it? Context when you open a book. That's what the 11th house is. The 11th house is the book title. It's like volumes. You can say this. Astrology, I use an example. When we deal with astrology in the chart, I was showing y'all, where is this chart at? Let me turn this chart back on. Wait, is this it? That chart. This is a volume. Think of a volume of books. And these are, remember, in astrology, there's 12 houses. So these are 12 volumes, 12 separate books. And right now we're in the 11th book. And the 11th book has a content in it. You know, 11th book says social communications or exchanges or networking. That's the name of the book. And then it has the contents about what it has to deal with. And so right now we're talking about, oh, well, one of the contents or chapters in this book deals with networking. And under this networking, what's it called? Shut up, cat. Network theory. One of those things is the subtitle. Shut up! What is wrong with you? It's too late to eat. Shut up. Alright, gonna get put out. I thought you was out. You okay, kitty? Come here. And so underneath that network theory, it really goes into detail. If you opened up this book that I'm talking about here, this it's talking about, again, biology, economics, finances, relative to networking, and different things like that. Anyway, I'm going on. I don't want to continue to look at this chart because I'm not going into detail about it. Anyways, let me finish this 11th house. I'll just keep stopping. So anyway, talking about this 11th house, operations, research, climatology, ecology, and sociology. It also covers linguistics, networks. We don't know what that is, most of us. The World Wide Web, internet, gene regulatory networks, metabolic networks, social networks. What's this? Epistemology. I know this word. Epistemological, which is the branch of philosophy concerned with the theory of knowledge networks. And then it says other network theory topics are global shipping, something similar to like when I was talking about the airline networking, global shipping, workflow, ecological networking, like we talked about, we are living a self-contained ecosystem and seeing how it works intricately. That is another networking system that is covered under the 11th house. Then there is the co-ruler Saturn, which I talked about, but I'm going to read what I have here. Then there is the co-ruler Saturn, that is the establishment of social and worldly structures. What is this? Based on findings that will govern our reality for many years to come. It's just the structures. And we're currently undergoing restructuring of our reality. And so I'm talking about that same energy. So we say high rise in vibrations. How you doing? It's the early morning where I am. Stock market is good examples of that. Stock market is rules by an asymmetry. All right, see, you are knowledgeable in that particular area. That's what I'm saying. We all have to become knowledgeable in a particular area, and it also awakens us to even in the realm of spirituality. All this voting, mapping, and census is another important current area where network theory applies. Right, exactly. You get me. And so this is what I'm saying. They have kept us from. So y'all pay attention to rising vibrations comments. She says all of this voting, this is stuff we deal with every day now. But they told us don't look at this. Don't understand what don't understand what you're dealing with. It's saying don't look at it. Don't consult the stars. Don't consult astrology. Don't consult a seer. Don't do that. That's what religion told us. And we passed that fear down because we didn't want to make God mad. They say we make God mad. You know, I'm gonna talk about making God mad. That's the next category I'm going to when after I get through reading Rising Vibrations. She shares that all this voting, mapping, and census is another important current area where network theory applies. Network theory falls under the 11th house of Aquarius, which is ruled by both Saturn and Uranus. Now, we dealing with this every day. This voting, mapping, and census determines how many, what they call it, Republicans, Senates. What is it? Senate, House of the Senate, House of Representatives. How many people you got sitting in the House of Representatives? How many people you got sitting in the Senate? Based on the population that's taken by the census and all the voting rights and how the regulations. All that applies to you in your real life today. It applied when Obama went up for presidency. It just recently applied when Donald Trump went up for presidency. It has applied to you when it came to gun laws and anything else. All of that stuff applied. But you weren't ready. You didn't understand and you couldn't combat it because you didn't understand or you didn't consult an astrologer or someone that was proficient in that area that could point out this information. And then it is important for us each. I heard an astrologer on here on YouTube his name is Kapil. What's his name? Kapil? What's that man's name? Cutie Pat. I think his name Kapil. Something like that. And he said that some guru that he learned from said that all people should have a basic working understanding of astrology, and you should, because it would be very challenging and demanding and financially demanding to keep seeking the consultation of a professional. Plus, a professional astrology is so time consuming that one professional could only have a few clients. So it's important for us to learn in order to be able to see. Again, what am I saying? I'm saying that all that stuff I just rambled about, based on what Rising Vibration shared about the census and the voting and the mapping, we're having direct, real-time experiences with that currently and just in the recent future. But we're not prepared. We don't understand that's an area that we need to focus on or be proficient at or have a working understanding of that area, because we've been told not to look there. We've been told not to look there. And they've been told not to look there from a very basic level. When I say basic level, when you open up a Bible and say, don't see a seer, don't see an astrologer. Ooh, don't see an astrologer. So anything that you come near that have to do with astrologer or astronomy, you gonna run the other way. From a very basic level, they're hitting us at the core, the base, the root. So you won't never see. You know what I'm saying? You can't get past that. You cut off at the ankles, as they say. They say don't consult a magician, a magician. Well, who's a magician? Anybody that can cause something to change or make something, you know, an illusion happen, transform reality. Who can transform reality right before your eyes? Scientists, chemists, different people like that. But you cut off at the root. As soon as they say that, you see anything like that, you run and scared. Remember, the age of Aquarius is in order to wake you up so that you can see, so you can be re-educated. What's one of the things that we're being re-educated on? Such things as what we've been improperly influenced to believe. And we have been improperly influenced to believe that we would anger God if we sought such things as various forms of divination. So we can expect that at the end of the age of Aquarius, which I think is 2,600 years, 26,000, something like that years, 26,000, 2,600 years, I think. Humanity, if we survive, will be back into that state of a higher level of awareness and of intelligence. That's deep. That's deep. That's deep. So okay. And so all that I just did over these last 3 hours was to share what I've been kind of researching. Let me see if I can turn this music down a little bit more if I can find it. Turn that down a little bit more. I don't know if that helped or not. Y'all let me know if this is way too loud. Way too loud. And so what I want to do right now, because I have been doing it prior to getting on here, where's the real screen that is right there. Oh, I didn't finish reading. Okay, Rising Rachel says, you don't look crazy. Nice to awake up with you and have a coffee. Very good. Thank you. I'm so happy you visited me. We having our coffee together. That's what I'm talking about. And having some real adult conscious discussion. They are decoding it for years now. Yeah. And keep most of what they find from the general population exactly. But they have all the online ancestry, this or that, where they want you to send your DNA so they can find out your ancestry. Why? Yeah. I really believe, as far as that, I believe the people in power know a lot more about each of us than we know about ourselves. And I believe that that ancestral stuff and sending your DNA in is a way for them to catalog and categorize the people or beings that exist in this physical realm now, especially those that are from older generations, as a lot of the technological advancements we have now did not exist and were not used as what is called common use 20, 30 years ago. So would they, like if a baby is born today, they would most likely take a DNA sample and have it stored in a database, where that may not have been the case for people born 20 or 30 years ago. And so now they're making up ways for people to voluntarily hand their DNA in a sample, which is another mapping system. We can't. I'll say an invisible mapping system. It still belongs to this physical world, but I really believe that the DNA is I would say a physical like code to who we are on the deepest level. On the deepest level. And so they want all of this information because they got to know what they're dealing with. When I say they, I'm talking about people that are in power, kings, queens, lords, and gods. They need to know what they're dealing with. They need to know who's on the stage. I believe a lot of humanity thinks too small. We are preoccupied with the here and now and in our immediate environment. We think too small. See, all the world, who said this? All the world is a stage. Who was that? When you think about Jiminy Cricket, it's a small world after all. The world is not a big place, as they say, in the grand scale of things. And so we can look at those that exist on this earth at any given time as all roommates. We're all in the same room. And so those that are controlling the room need to know who in the room. They need to know who's going to be a problem, who comes from what background, what they may bring in, like diseases, and a disease can be thought of as a mind frame, or is it day breaking? Sure enough, it is 5:30. You know, a thought pattern, or possible underlying or unseen behaviors into the room that can affect the people in power's position, you know, those kind of things. And so they need to know that. And I think all of that stuff is encoded in our DNA. You know, DNA is a bad mother sucker. It created you and it created me. And I'm sure it can do a lot of other things. But we aren't able to experience those other things that DNA is used for, because our level of intelligence has been limited. And I think that it has been cut off intentionally. We've been dumbed down. And I know y'all have heard that in other places. And basically my research is turning up the same thing. And one of the things I can do is go back to the Bible and read those various scriptures to see that now, where I couldn't see it in the past. So happy to find you're up and find you this morning. I am an operations research analyst. Operation research analyst, proficient in a particular area that will be beneficial to the people. I like that. Pay attention to Nancy. She is one reader who is hyper intelligent. Oh my God, thank you. Thank you so much. I gotta stay humble. Head come back. And takes her studies to another level. I try. I'm ready to find as many answers as I can. I got something to contribute before I leave this bad boy. I have to start again with the spirit of forgiveness. Oh Lord. I keep saying your channel is for advanced readers who need to move up in their thinking. So thank you. Yes, thank you very much. Yeah. How can I read the tarot? I'm going to talk about the tarot a little bit too. I've been trying to define tarot or anything, you know, with a statement, and it's been difficult. But tarot is another medium that we've been told, basically indirectly. They ain't saying in the Bible, don't read tarot, don't consult a tarot reader, but it says something significant, you know, that's pretty close, similar. So we've been told, hey, don't consult with tarot readers because you'll anger God, because they'll lead you to death. Now, the death one is a true and false statement. Because now we start talking about tarot readers, we're talking about, now tarot readers are directly connected to prophets and false prophets. What is the source of the tarot reader's message? Based on my understanding is we each have a basic level of awareness or intelligence, even before school and all that kind of stuff. We got that. So a person reading tarot cards can come from that basic level of awareness and understanding about life in this physical world and the spiritual realm. They can come from there. Then there is this indoctrination into this physical realm. You know, everything you learn from your people, your neighborhood, your community, school, education, you know, those kind of things that has an impact upon you and the way you think, you know, or religion, those kind of things. So a tarot reader can also implement information from that zone. Then this is higher level, the level of the Hierophant with the proficiency, the knowledge, college-based, have persons having doctorals or just be proficient in a particular area. A tarot reader can come from that next level. And then remember I was saying, once you get to this level of proficiency, now I'm not saying that you got to go to school, that you got to get this level of education, but I'm saying life itself can take you to the level of a doctrine. Life can take you there and beyond to the level of a genius. Life can take you to a level of a genius. All I'm saying is that you have to acquire a certain level of understanding or gaining clarity, the ability to accept the truth about this physical realm. So you can acquire that either through life, if a life grants you that, or you can go through our physical setup structure of education and rise to that level of proficiency and awareness. So once you get there, remember, in that space, there is an awakening in its ability to see. Why? Because you become proficient in an area. And remember, any area you become proficient in, you become so intelligent in, it is an interdisciplinary, interdisciplinary, meaning it's connected to other branches of life. So even though you learn in one particular branch of knowledge, you are tapping into multiple branches just through that one. Because you can't finish moving along on one branch, on one line or one branch without it tapping into other parts of the other branches of knowledge. And why is that? Remember, whatever path you get on, whatever field you decide to study and become proficient in, it is only at a simple, basic level a rule or regulation or policy that governs this physical world. That field only deals with us living successfully in this physical realm. It don't matter what it is. And so remember, us in this physical realm or the Saturn box, we're in a self-contained ecosystem. A self-contained ecosystem is the same as interdisciplinary fields of study or branches of knowledge. Them high educational terms, these high educational terms. Usually I'm using biblical terms. Now I'm using things that's more educational. Either the biblical scare people or the high intellectual, what they call it, high educational terms or terminology. Not that it's sophisticated or smart, it's just terminology that is commonly used when we deal with education, especially higher levels of education. Scare people. Same thing with religion. Scare people. Then we've been scared of, again, astrology, astronomy. We're afraid. Stop. We got to stop being afraid in order to be able to see. It's time for us to see bigger. So, as mentioned a little earlier in this live stream, because we are moving in a time of seeing bigger and clearer, our intelligence will be given the opportunity to ascend. We will arise. We will awaken. We will come to understand how we've been bamboozled. The people in power have used all of us that have ever existed to help them create what they need to be ready for us at that time we awake. And what is that? 5G or fifth generational technology. Remember, machines, internet, all of these things will govern us. They will administer our medicine. They will be what processes our food. And so it would be our military. You hear about what they call weather control, weather, weaponized weather. That's all brought on by technology through the understanding about this realm. So when we wake up, guess what? And we ready to, because we get ignorant first. As long as you're mentally or intellectually limited, your most responses are revolting energy. I'm going to revolt. I'm mad. You've lied to me. I'm just waking up, so I'm gonna fight, argue, do this, So they know this. That's the first move. And so they got, like, example, weaponized weather. And again, going back to the 5G, remember 5G really is, in reality, many different little technological systems. Everything little from those things that are in your house all the way up to globally the biggest satellite, the CERN thing. That is 5G technology. And it's all coming online. Remember, April 2020 globally, meaning they connecting the network back to the 11th house. Networking the whole system together. And the reason that is because they know soon and very soon people are going to wake up like, wow. And they're not going to be able to pay somebody to go to war. They're not going to be able to pay somebody to police somebody else. They're not going to be able to manipulate people into being racist or hatred or this and that. They're not going to be able to do it because the people's intelligence is going to ascend. And so they have to have a counteract to this awakening. I hope that makes sense. And so, let's see. I wanted to read some more scriptures. I got finished reading the chat. So, by the way, the human race is an entire network. And the human race is an entire network. We are within, I believe they say, 4 people of knowing anybody in the world. Thank you. Rising vibrations. The human race is an entire network. 11th house. All our brains with synapses and electrical charges. 11th house networks. Thank you, Rising vibrations. It is all linked because it is energy. That is why I think they map DNA. There you go. Thank you. Y'all listening or reading Rising Vibrations comment, 100% on the nose. Correct. All right. Can you imagine if you got 100, 1,000, or 100,000 people to think the same thing at the same time? Oh, yeah, that's a lot of power. I experimented with this, and they shut down my Facebook in 5 days. I know that's true. You know what? That's so interesting, a Rising Vibration, that you shared that, because I've been having that same experience recently. That's another thing I've been being educated on and being taught by divinity about this technology that's going on. You're talking about 100 people, 1,000 people, or 100,000 people thinking one thought. The Tower of Babel, remember that biblically? And I'm talking about the thought of one person and how this technology is reading my mind. Literally, I'm sitting up here, since it started happening, I've just been sitting here and I'll think something. I won't speak it out. I'll think it. And then my next move, my next click, the next time I log on, there's something here on this YouTube, on this internet, or something in my environment. A lot of stuff, technology now, my phone, whatever it is I touch next, the information is there. I ain't said a word. I ain't typed nothing in. I ain't said nothing. All I did was have a thought, and I had the thought intentionally. And every single time it's there. I'm sure even when I end this live stream, something that I've talked about here, well, I haven't talked about it now, but it could be something. I'm tell you how it worked. Like, I done did this whole live stream, 3 hours, 4 hours. When I get off here, been uploaded. By the time I get online tomorrow, if I say, like, during the course of the live stream, I'm like, oh, I forgot. I was about to say something. This motherfucker it's going to have it up there what I forgot to say. It's going to know, and it's going to have it up there in one way or another on my phone. That's what I've been experiencing. That's deep. We living in some critical times, and I do believe it's important that people wake up, but it's very hard. Again, that's part of what I'm being educated on, about how we're wrapped up in our own little mad worlds, whatever they consist of, and not understanding the gravity of what's really taking place. This is some deep stuff. And say, because it is metrics. They link all the other things that you have typed or searched for. Yeah, and they use statistical analysts to guess the likelihood you are interested in A, B, C, and A. Yeah, and that's some serious stuff. And we hear topics, social topics or concerns about no privacy. That's no privacy anymore. Period. So like you said, they can foresee. People worried about prophecy and foreseeing. It can foresee based on looking at all, like you say, all the details associated with what you have done to figure out what you will do. And they have movies out here. Now I got to go to the movie thing. They have movies out here about, they can figure out a crime before it happened and intercede before it happens. This technology is already doing that. And so they introducing us like I'm like the other folk. Now it's in the movies. It's in the movies. And so they are reading your mind, in fact, yes. And people worried about me reading their mind. You better worry about them folks reading your mind. I'm telling you, I'm reading your mind. through what? Through your actions. I'm reading your mind through your actions. I'm reading your mind through knowing that you are susceptible, limited, and bound by the human condition. So if I know what you got going on, you know what I'm saying? I know 100% that you gonna deal with hunger and thirst. I know that you got to urinate and have a bowel movement. Those are the standards for being in the human form. But then I find out that you have a certain level of education. I find out you are a particular race. Or I find out you were alcoholic or a drug addict. All of those help me profile you. You know what I'm saying? So then I began to see. Then putting together all the information that I've acquired about this physical realm and how you can possibly relate to it. Ta-da! Psychic. Psychic. But yeah. And so we've been told not to look at these different things, making a fool out of us. Okay, what I wanted to do right now is that background music real loud. It was relaxing to me. I just listened to it. Hell, I've been on here for so many hours with it playing, so y'all ears is it goes deeper, but I don't want to write too much. Don't worry about it. Share. But I can understand. So some things you can't write. You got to be able to say it and speak it out. Yeah. They had a lab out in California which was studying this at one of the universities. A branch. What I tell y'all? Are you listening? You ain't got to believe me. Here we have rising vibrations. Here saying, hey, talking about the university. This is what they was looking at the university. What it was a branch of study about how to successfully move in this physical realm. She's sharing here. They had a lab out in California which was studying this at one of the universities. It was a study, a field of study. They saw that the network of people's minds predicted 9/11 and other disasters. They have studied us. They have mastered us. They know us better than we know ourselves. Wake up. The Bible that I study said, my people will die for a lack of knowledge. Now we can fill a lot of words in with a bunch of new synonyms. What they call them, synonyms or whatever it is. Antonyms, one of the two. If you don't like the terminology, don't use an excuse that it's too sophisticated or too religious or it's too mundane. Fill it in with whatever word you want to fill it in and get the gist of the situation. It says they know this because they looked at the online network, and that's another thing that online network and Facebook and all that did. It was just collecting data, a new way to collect data, like the old census used to be, where they used to knock on your door. It's updated. That's Uranus energy right there. Let me stop. That's the Uranus energy. Back in the day, people used to come knock on your door, have a form. How many people live here? How many people employed? What are their age brackets? And what were they doing? Gathering like social information on the people. That was the census. How many people exist? And what career areas they were in? How much level of education? Now, they got new platforms. You can sign up to meet people, what they call romance online or whatever. You can go to Facebook, you can go to Twitter, and they have these different pages, profile questions that they ask. Some are extensive questions, some are very minor questions. But that information all goes to a mainframe and is sorted. It's an up-to-date census. That is an example of the Uranian energy. It is Uranian represents an opportunity to update application or system of the past. Finding the errors in it. What was one of the areas back in the day? Well, at a certain time after the 1980s, in the urban area, when people came and knocked on your door, most folk was half crazy because they was on drugs. So that was a breakdown. They had to figure out a whole nother way because people was killing them and doing all kind of stuff, robbing them. So that was a breakdown in that system. It had to be updated, reformed, and re-implemented. And the online, these different social online applications is it. Uranus energy, example of it. So it says the internet and saw that there were a heightened number of searches before they occurred. So people predicted these events. That's deep. Global Conscious Project, right? And that was something else I studied. It was called Network Project. Network Project, Global Conscious Project. I see. Look it up, guys. She's not making this up, and I'm not making this stuff up. And I'm telling you, this line of thought that I'm on was not something that I selected to jump into. It's not a topic or a subject matter I selected to jump into. I am here in this line of thought, kind of taking a pause because I really didn't get to go where I wanted to go, because of the current life experiences I am living, and is not directly related to what I've talked about here, but it is it's an indirect. Put like this. Remember I was talking about how there are underlying mechanisms, rules, and regulations that run this physical realm and our existence. Through this line of thought, I find the mechanisms that's creating the reality that I'm in, this part of the reality, overall reality that I'm in. And so that's why I'm here studying this. And I stopped my own education, basically kind of seized it in order to go live, because I would have kept going and going and going and going, and my line of thought would have went further and deeper. But I paused and went back over what I have been, writing down, getting the preliminary information so that I can, digest it. But yeah, so I was just rambling about, saying that what I've shared here on this live stream is not something that I consciously selected, intentionally consciously selected to dive into. It's not. It's just a result of my life and being who I am, who I believe I've been called to be or do. And the evidence stands true to support what I'm doing. Because if it wasn't meant for me to do it, I wouldn't have the resources to do it. Resources being even just having the basic necessities like the internet. So if it wasn't meant for me to reach out to you and have this YouTube channel, I wouldn't have the internet to do so. I wouldn't have this YouTube page. Even if I had the YouTube page, life would take me to a place where I couldn't longer afford the internet to be able to get on here and talk to y'all. It could be if I wasn't meant to do it, my level of intellect wouldn't allow me to be able to figure out how to start a YouTube channel and how to progress and move forward. My intellect wouldn't let me if I wasn't meant to do it. If I wasn't meant to do it, I wouldn't have a laptop. Oh, please don't break. Oh God, because I had three or four laptops in the last 5 years. I don't this technology. I've talked about that before, but somehow, some way, even though I don't have the funds, I've been able to get the laptops. I think right now things up in the air for me, but right now this one is functioning. It ain't malfunction or nothing like this. I bought them all new out the box, so it just evidence that I'm supposed to do what I'm supposed to do because the resources that I need to do that are available. Ain't no extras. It's just enough. It's not too little. It ain't no more. And so I got this, and this is how I know that I'm on the right track, and that has to do with anything in life. And so that's another way to know. Now we're dealing with another label, another subject matter, is knowing if you're called into something, if it's the work you're supposed to do, the resources will be added unto you. And it won't be too little, and it probably won't be much more. It's going to be just enough. And it will exist during the time period in which you're supposed to do it. And the problem is, like with me, I want to continue. Life want to take me somewhere else. I don't want to go. Like Job, who's that gets swallowed up in the whale's belly in the Bible? I don't want to go. I ain't in agreement. I enjoy doing this, being on YouTube, but life want to send me on somewhere else, a journey here, somewhere else. I could be falsely accused of a crime and put in the penitentiary because I'm supposed to go minister, talk to, or learn something from somebody, and have to go through that whole scenario. And so I lose this little bit of something I got because I got to go over there as an example. So I don't be wanting to go But life, it'll help you get there. It'll help you get where you need to be. That's what I'll say. And so being called, you being called, that's what it means to be called. You called to duty. You will know it. You know, even though you called to duty is what I'm saying. You know what I mean? You want to be there per se. And then when you get there, you get comfortable, get in that comfortable place, and you don't want to move. It becomes easy to you. It becomes the norm. It becomes part of your sixth house of Virgo, your day-to-day routine, your agenda, all that you have to do to meet the demands of life for you and those up under your care. I will be coming back having another live stream in which I will be going in detail about what the sixth house really is in astrology, just like I did the 11th house. And we're going to talk about that in detail so we understand where we've been kept from. And so moving a little further into the sixth house of Virgo, which is ruled by Mercury, and that's in astrology, and that's something we've been told not to look at. Remember, don't look at astrology. But we've overcome our fear, and we're beginning to look at astrology this evening. We looked at the 11th house closely to see what the contents was about. And we're going to look at the sixth house one day and see what that content's about. What did they tell you not to look at? Well, they told you, hey, churches, religion sector, told you, hey, don't look at your day-to-day routine and all that you do. Don't look and see that you're in a reoccurring residual cycle in which you're running on a hamster's wheel and you're not getting nowhere. Don't look at your health. Don't look at, you know, the various diets. Don't look at this. Don't look at what we're doing with the outer culture, this and that. Don't look at that. But we are not afraid anymore. We're looking now. Age of Aquarius, we are looking now. We're coming to understand how they're manipulating the food supply. We're learning how, remember, we're being re-educated. We are being re-educated and educated. In this case, I am especially being re-educated on how I've been improperly influenced my whole life. And it started with a good mom, a great mom. But I did not understand the importance of a healthy diet. I didn't know what a healthy diet was. In my eyes, I didn't know that we weren't eating healthy. You know, I was raised with a mom that took me, I've shared here, I got, due to my family, I got to travel the world, many places in the world, and I've ate at 5-star restaurants, you know, resided in 5-star hotels, and so I didn't know I was eating richly. You know, I'm eating gourmet foods and things like that. I didn't know that wasn't healthy. It was good, exciting. You know, it titillated my taste buds. You know, those kind of things. It was satisfying. In ways it was inspirational. It sparked the interest in me as far as food or culinary arts. You know, things like that. But I didn't know that I had a poor diet. My mom took me to steakhouses and I ate corned beef. I ate whatever I wanted. And it was not dressed appropriately. Oh, you got to be to work early, huh? It was 7? Well, I'm starting to wind down. Slept so long last night. Went to bed too early. And so I didn't know I was being miseducated or improperly influenced by my upbringing. And I knew it wasn't intentional from my family. You know, they were trying to give me the best. They were trying to expose me to things that a lot of young people, especially brought up in the urban areas, don't have the opportunity to partake in. But in all of that, it also helped to create my poor eating habits as well. You know, even when I was an adult, I didn't know that I was improperly influencing my children. I was one of the moms, when they wasn't in school, I cooked 3 meals a day. They had breakfast. I cooked breakfast every now and then, but you know, they go in the kitchen, they want pancakes with a bunch of syrup and butter, go ahead, have at it. You know, of course, limit yourself, make it reasonable, 2 pancakes, 2 sausages, things like that. But now you find out that's way too much food. You know, drink you some orange juice, drink your whole 8-ounce glass of orange juice. When you only supposed to drink 2 ounces or 3 ounces or something like that. I didn't know that. I cooked dinner. I'm an African American woman, and my mom was from West Virginia. So I was raised up learning to cook chitlins, cook a chitlin. It's looked at as a delicacy now. You know, different forms of pork chops, learning about the different cuts and cooking gravy and biscuits and sausage and fried chicken and, different things like that. Even when I started making changes, then I found out chicken just ain't good. I'll take chicken and I pull the skin off and I smear a little olive oil on it and just light little flour and throw it in the oven fried chicken. Still wasn't healthy. So I'm going through it now, like still ain't healthy no matter what I do. They say you have your fiber, eat beans, cook all kind of beans, pinto beans, lima beans, make a little cornbread. Oh, well, you can't have the butter. So I'm going through all of this really still now, trying to figure out, what's a healthy diet. Oh, eat some lettuce. So I've always eaten these things, but lettuce and spinach, and then they say cauliflower, something wrong, it's genetically modified. Then it's the broccoli is genetically modified. Then the carrot genetically modified. What is it? And what am I supposed to eat? And so we eat a lot of salads and stuff. Get into the salad thing, and then all of a sudden it's a salmonella outbreak. So I'm just like, so again, I'm just being re-educated. We all are. I don't believe that we can all learn what we need to learn, unfortunately, in a single lifetime. But we can just do the best we can do. Even like when it comes to cigarettes. When I first started smoking cigarettes, I did not know cigarettes were deadly. Now, shortly after I started smoking cigarettes, that's when they passed the law that they had to put that sign on the side of them, say this can lead to cancer. They are highly addictive. Well, now you tell me. You tell me after I done got addicted. You tell me after you done made your billions of dollars. Now I got to try to rehab. And so again, these are the various kind of, this is examples from my personal life of the things, some of the minute things we're trying to be re-educated on. Then there are the more grander things, the more significant things that we are being re-educated on. And it's about this physical world and our relationship to it, why we're here, what's expected of us, how to sustain ourselves while we're here in the highest of quality. These are the things that we're being re-educated on. And I think that we have to be re-educated on these things. I do believe the purpose is that I've come to believe in reincarnation, that we will reincarnate back in here in some form. And when you come back here, as in whatever form you are, the form will be adapted to the environment of the time. So if the environment only will hold a bug, you're coming back as a bug. So let's try to make sure that the future is lavish and ordered and equal, with quality. So when we reincarnate back in here, if we must, at least we're incarnating back into an environment or scene that we can see ourselves living in, that we can see ourselves flourishing in. Because what I've also come to believe, based on my research in my life, is that depending on our experience here in the physical, it has an impact upon our soul. Now, our soul is the part of us that is intangible, that we can't see, and it does not belong to this physical realm. But for one reason or another, the soul is sent into this physical realm and takes a physical form in order to be impacted by this physical experience. And so what I'm saying is that's when I'm talking about the second house of Taurus and how Uranus is in the second house of Taurus, and how these changes, it's important to reform or to upgrade our quality of life and the various aspects of life. And the only way we can upgrade the quality of our life, because we know it's going to have an impact upon our souls. So we're talking about the collective, the majority rules, is to be educated about this physical realm. Thus far, humanity has been miseducated about this physical realm. And so we haven't been able to do the right things. Hence, Age of Aquarius, the time period of enlightenment, in order to see clearly. But there are people, again, that have an interest in maintaining the power, or as what they call it, superiority, stayed up too long, or control or domination over this physical realm for whatever reason. I do have my theories about that. And so they're not interested in us being educated. Because then once we get educated about this realm and we're able to reside in it successfully, and to get our lessons that we need to release our souls from coming back in here, then souls won't come inhabit the vessels, the forms, to create this reality, to interact with this reality. If if our spirits no longer come back here, then there's nothing, there's no puppets to be played here, meaning we won't feed this reality. And so the people that have the interest, they may have an interest in to keep coming back here because they know the answers. They may know how to be born back into the same bloodline or a family that has this information. And they come right back in here and they're able to keep gaining power. This can be a beautiful place. It really can. It's truly a paradise. It's truly a garden. If you can have that aspect of this world, and a person is in tune with the spiritual realm, this can be a hell of an experience. Wonderful experience. Heaven of an experience. I'll say a heaven of an experience. But when you don't know and you come back here, then you get the lowest resources here, and it can be a hell-like state. And so that seems to be what's going on, is that people in power want the souls to keep coming back here to run and to fuel this environment, to keep it real, to keep this paradise going for them. Now, if the majority of the sheep will wake up and are able to ascend out of here, meaning their soul is made wise and it doesn't have to come back into this vessel, then if the soul ain't gonna be here for them to play with. You know, the vessels ain't gonna be here for them to play with, and they soon too have to die out or descend. You know what I'm saying? But they're trying to keep us here for their own benefit, is what I'm saying. That really seems to be the answer. And I've heard others have come up with the same thing through whatever their life experience is, whatever they research, and however means they find out. Now, and this is something that I've also become aware of recently, is that we've been knew this. When I say we, I'm talking about a lot of folks in humanity already knew this. Oh, I gotta say something. The movie. Already knew this. And I say that because it's been books written. I've been finding since on YouTube. I've been finding people talking about different books. These are books from the 1800s, 1700s and stuff. Well, people done wrote about this. And so what I'm finding out through my life experience, because I'm not a reader. Even the book I bought recently, I ain't even read. I passed it on. I'm finding this stuff out through my life experiences, not through reading, not through watching movies or books. This has been a part of my life experience. Now I'm in touch through this YouTube and the internet. You know, seeing movies now, and now I'm looking like everybody, like, wow, it was here, it was there. But I've already lived it, and I know it to be true. And so the people in the past knew it to be true, is what I'm saying. We already know these things. We just have to not be lazy. We cannot be afraid to embrace, obviously, the inevitable, the inevitable. And also to have a level of self-confidence. And that's a whole nother area I'm going to, a level of self-confidence, or that's dealing with the ego stuff. We're going to talk about that one day too, again, because I've talked about it a little bit with this fifth house matters, and what does the fifth house, or that fifth book of the volume of the astrology, talk about. What does the fifth house say? What have they not wanted us to look at relative to the fifth house? They didn't want you, one example, to look at the spirits within yourself. They didn't want you to look at that. They didn't want you to look at the ego. Dealing with Sigmund Freud, a philosopher, and a psychotherapist, and a philosopher. You say Sigmund Freud says that it talks about the ego, the id, and whatever it is. Again, studying a particular aspect of life and becoming proficient in it. They don't want you to look at that because it doesn't want you to know. They don't want you to be aware that ego can be, it's the super ego, the ego, and the id. They don't want you to be aware that your ego is a separate entity, and that it can be detrimental to you, and it also can be a force that, if you learn how to wield it, can be a force for others to contend with as well. And so they don't want you to know that. That's one of the things. They with the fifth house, they don't want you to know about your own personal magic, or the limitations that you can set up with for yourself. And so I'll go into detail and do more extensive research so that you understand what branch of knowledge fits under the fifth house, or with what branch of knowledge the fifth house fits under. It's a branch of knowledge for each one. Let me state this. There is a branch of knowledge. We're talking about education, higher education. There's a branch of knowledge that each one of these astrological houses fit under. And that information that you find out in that astrological house has subcategories, or the various little small intricate sub branches to that big field of study or branch of knowledge. And we've talked about like philosophy, the various branches of knowledge. We talked about philosophy and different things like that. And I'm not sitting up here trying to be smart, but I'm just following the line of thought from the information that I'm receiving from life. I work real hard not to be caught up in the superficial things of life, even though they here. I got to deal with them. It get on my dang on nerves. I know it do. It get on my nerves. It just really get on my nerves. Because the one thing I've noticed about myself, I've always said, for as long as I can remember, I just don't want to be dumb. I just couldn't be that stupid. You know, and I would say that in relationship to people. I'd be like, how you just that stupid? How you going to not see that? And I mean, I've been stupid. I've been naive than a mother sucker. But I'd be like, no, you can't be that stupid. You got to, figure it out. That kind of thing. You got to get control over your emotions, which is hard to do. I've been there. I've been crazy. I'll knock your window out and do all kind of stuff. Act a fool. But that's for a person that's vibrating in a very low, from a low instinct or a low vibrational level. And that's where we're stuck in. The system of things have studied this realm, including us and our workings and the human condition, so extensively. They are proficient. They are geniuses in these areas. Take a whole lot of people to do it. But they do this, and they came to understand how to stick us in that low level, how to stick you in your emotions, how to stick you in fear, you get stuck in fear because you scared of scarcity, that it ain't enough. That's why they got people making minimum wage. You making minimum wage and they feel like you deserve it. And the reality is, based on what I'm seeing, people making minimum wage do. I know that make a person mad. But the reason why people make minimum wage and our system thinks it's okay to have minimum wage is, number one, to incite scarcity. So you're preoccupied with your world and you never look at the things they done told you not to look at because you'll make God mad. Another reason there is minimum wage, people living below the poverty level, is because they will not seek higher knowledge or understanding, either through means of what? Life itself. You won't learn from your life lessons. You won't evolve, change. You won't accept the moments of enlightenment, or you don't go through the educational system successfully. You let go one way or another, whether it's financial, you have a baby, start building your family. You know what I'm saying? And when I was reading that scripture, it was saying, hey, these people that, remember the scripture that I read, that Galatians, whatever it was, 15 something, it said, hey, people, if you are preoccupied with your human condition, you ain't gonna never get up here. You ain't gonna never know. You're gonna die. And that's what that meant. That's what it meant. And so, let's see. Here it is. You can look it up. Random event generators predict 9/11 attacks on other world events. Tune in to Princeton's Global Conscious Project to find out. Princeton's Global Consciousness Project to find out. Y'all check it out. I'm going to check it out. Princeton's Global Conscious Project to find out. And that looks like it's looking at and sure how the collective consciousness can foresee or create future events or predict future events. We're going to look into that. So, right now, I just want to read some of these verses I have up here. Maybe that's blinking in and out. I'm over here with over here with these scriptures over here. Yeah. It says at the top. It says, as you can see, those who are in the flesh cannot please God. Remember, God is. I know I haven't done the research and presented it before you, but it seems like God, that term here in this book, really represents kings, queens, and lords of that exist throughout the history of humanity. Those who are in the flesh can't please God. Meaning you're not even on that same level. You ain't even on that same level. That's why they don't mind you working minimum wage. You ain't even on that same level. You can't please them. You don't have nothing to contribute. You ain't proficient in nothing. You don't know nothing, and you don't understand nothing. This is the age of Aquarius. This is your opportunity to begin to know. Do you have to attend the major university to come to know? The answer is no. But you do have to empty your cup, so to say, your proverbial cup about what you know, and begin to actually learn from life and to accept what you see. A lot of people can't even handle the truth. Can't handle the truth. And these are things that you have to be able to do. So it goes on. And it says, remember, this is the one I just read, Galatians 5. Oh, it's 5, not 15, Galatians 5. It says, now the works of the flesh are evident: sexual immorality, impurity, sensuality, adultery, sorcery, enmity, whatever it is, strife, jealousy, fits of anger, rivalrous, whatever it is, y'all know it. Discretions or whatever it is, dissensions, y'all know it, not me. Divisions, envy, drunkenness, orgies, things like these. I warn you. I'm telling you, people, sheeple that's preoccupied with your life. I warn you, as I warned you before, that those who do these things will not inherit the kingdom of God. You can't come sit with the kings and queens. You can't come dominate the earth. You preoccupied with little minute elementary stuff. Let's see. It says Galatians 5:16, but I say, walk by the Spirit, and you will not gratify the desires of the flesh. It says, now that's a deep one, because it's saying, walk by the Spirit, and you will not gratify the spirits of the flesh. Usually when you have this, I believe the image that people have of people with a higher intellect, you don't see sexy people per se, or sexuality eluding from them, or a person. You don't see if they are partaking in any particular vice in this physical world, like drugs and alcohol. You don't see it. They're very refined or conservative. You don't see their acts of the flesh, because they are walking in the Spirit, which means they are indulged or raptured. That's a good word, raptured. Can't talk about the rapture one day. Raptured in their awareness, their education, their level of intellect in a particular area or a field of study or interest. They are preoccupied with that. They are learning how to work this physical world around, and therefore they can sit with the kings and queens. And why is that? Be safe. Keep your eyes open. It's predators out there. And you have a nice day too, love you. And why can they sit with the kings and queens? It's because they have something to contribute. They're knowledgeable. They can tell the kings and queens how to manipulate others, how to sustain themselves in the world, how to advance themselves in the world, how to tap into the spiritual realm. So I ask you, what do you have to offer to the kings and queens? So, let's go. Okay. Well, let me see. I just want to read one or two more verses, and I'm in this live stream. And I thank you for hanging out with me for the last 4 hours. Yeah, that's what I meant to do. I was going for 5, 6, whatever it took, till I got tired. until I got tired. This video may not be available. This live stream may not be available after the fact because I got these sites that I'm using. I done talked about, read a lot from Google. I got music playing in the background, so they might strike me out all over the place. If this is the last time you see me, understand, then I am pushed on to another mission. But I love you all. Please like, share if you haven't already subscribed. My darlings, if you have any love offerings or contributions you'd like to submit to me, please look below this live stream or any video or live stream that I make. There's a link to my PayPal me account, and you can leave your love offerings there. What will I use any of your love offerings to do? Well, it's either to, do any research, buy any books if I'm going to buy it, but usually whatever I get, I send it to the internet provider because they want all the money to keep this internet on so I can connect with y'all. That's what I do with the money y'all give to me. So, let's see. Let's see what Romans 8:6 talks about. It says, for to set the mind on the flesh is death. Do you hear that? For to set your mind on the flesh is death. Meaning if you preoccupied with what it talked about up here in Galatians 5. If you put your mind on such things, these are just examples. These are just a few of the many examples. If you put your mind on sex, immorality, impurity, jealousy, strife, the very mundane, minute, fairly insignificant things of life, then guess what? You get death. That's what it says. You death. And why do you get death? Because it said my people will die for lack of knowledge. Because you don't know what it takes to survive in this world. That's what Romans 8:6 is saying. It says, but to set the mind on the spirit of life. The spirit is life and peace. And why is to set your mind on the spirit, life and peace? What do they mean by setting your life on the spirit? Well, spirit are things we cannot see. Spirit can be parallel to the occult. Occult knowledge, not things about knowledge about things you cannot see, and how you have to uncover it. You have to come to understand it. You have to come to understand the rules, the regulations, and policies, or the intricate works and mechanisms that run and govern this physical world, such as we have this thing called gravity. If you go on top of the building, the rules say if you go ahead and step over that edge, you're going to plummet to your death, and it's going to be a violent death. You're going to be broke up, squished, and busted open. That's what the rules say. That's a hardcore fact. Some of us cannot handle the truth. But that's what the spirit is. Seeing things that are unseen, come to understand things that you can't see. So that's what the spirit is. It says it's life and peace. So what is it saying? It's saying, okay, if you understand, you take the time, you ain't all in your flesh, and you come to understand the rules of this life, namely gravity in this case, even if you're on the top of a building near the edge, you're going to be very cautious not to take a step over, because if you do, then you know what's going to happen. But because you have sought spirit, because you know those rules and regulations, you know the rule of gravity, you're not going to step over and plummet to your death. You will have life and you will have peace. You'll be like, ooh, I'm happy I knew that. It goes even further. It does not stop. All of this stuff is intricately connected. You're on, a person is on the roof and intoxicated. Intoxication is known to bring, I'm talking about smart, because this is a rule to this physical realm and the substances in it. You're intoxicated by either alcohol or drugs, then we know, based on psychology and different studies, that it causes these imbalances in perception. Well, you're breaking the law. You have increased your potential, or the probability, mathematics now, again, another area of a branch of knowledge, mathematics. You have increased the probability of you falling off the building and plummeting to your death. If you are in the flesh, the result is death. It's not so much that a person was on the roof in that case. It's that they were intoxicated, increasing their probability of falling off the roof. Now, maybe if they had said that when I was in school, I wouldn't have failed math 5 times. Possibly. They shouldn't talk to me like that. Anyway. So, anyway, if you're in the spirit, you get life and peace. So let's read. Just closing this live stream out. Let's see what 1 Corinthians has to say. 1 Corinthians chapter 10, 13 says, no temptation has overtaken you. Nothing has overtaken you that is not common to man. Ain't nothing new under the sun. No temptation has overtaken you that is not common to man. It is the human condition. Ain't nothing that you dealing with strange. Ain't nothing that has been a temptation is new. Is the standard, it's the rule to being in the human condition. Example of standards or commonalities associated with being of a spirit being in a human vessel, therefore susceptible to the human condition, is hunger and thirst, needing to urinate and defecate, having urges and desire. I repeat, 1 Corinthians say, no temptations has overtaken you that is not common to man. God is faithful, and he will not let you be tempted beyond your ability. Not going to do it. It's nothing that man, not even the kings, the queens of this physical world, the gods of this world, it's nothing else they can add. Why? Because this is a self-contained ecosystem. All of the rules and regulations and policies have already been put into play. We flying on autopilot. They can't add nothing else to you. So what is that saying? That's saying that yes, being in this human vessel, you have you're susceptible to the human condition, urges, desires, and things like that. Temptations, we'll say. But ain't nothing, ain't no man, ain't no God, no prince, no king, ain't nobody, not even the people in power can add anything to that. And because you, me, in this physical vessel, are a part, we were built to be a part of this ecosystem. Ain't nothing you can't overcome. Ain't nothing you can't overcome. They can't add nothing to it. It's already built in you to overcome. That's what it's saying. Like, ain't nothing they gonna do that's special. Understand you. This is about knowing yourself, knowing what it means to be underneath the human condition. I'm saying, let's see. I didn't read this one all the way through, but let's see. Why not challenge myself? But with the temptation, he will also provide the way of escape. We will also provide the way of escape. We know the answer. God know the answer. The kings and queens, they know the answer. Remember, they are implementing the global execution of 5G technology. All these small, little, intricate technological advances will be used to govern us, you, me. Why? Because they know that we're going to escape. They know that we're going to awaken. That's the same thing here. It's the exact same thing here. And so you're going to escape. So he's going to provide a way out. And the man is saying, I know they're going to get out. I can't let them get out. I can't let them mess up my good thing. So it goes on. That you may be able to endure it. So you may get, so I'm saying that even though we have been miseducated and improperly influenced and you don't know, that eventually you will rebound. And that goes to show that you have endured that miseducation and all of the results or the events or the circumstances that have happened in your life. It happened over time. Thank you. Thank you very much. You know, you're gonna overcome it. And we're all gonna wake up. And they know this. And so what am I saying? I'm saying this Bible that I was reading was written by, again, a God, a king, a queen of this world at a particular time. So they already knew all of these things, but they did not share them with the rest of humanity. You get it what I'm saying? But they can't stop it now. This time has been predetermined as the shake-up to the wake-up. We're going to call it the shake-up to the wake-up. We are on the threshold of the age of Aquarius. I know it's at a Verna Knox and something. That's astrology. That's a whole other thing. I will have to go into that area. And I sent some to your PayPal. Oh, thank you, sweetheart. You understand my plight. Thank you for the discussion, Nancy. You're welcome. Rise and Vibrations, thank you so much for your contributions, both information-wise as well as financially. I really appreciate you. And also thank you for the votes of confidence. Um, and everybody, I mean, just read Rise and Vibrations comments because, and the information that she has shared, because it lets you know it's not me. It's not me trying to be a know-it-all, a show-off. When you have a level of awareness and of enlightenment, you see, and she's sharing what she's experiencing from her unique life experiences, as many people, other people are here on YouTube. And she's just a testament, you know, has her own testimony. And so, yeah, thank you so much. Um, I was going to just read a few more scriptures. I just find it so interesting how, uh, you know, there is a part of our population that has been, what do you call it, indoctrinated into this type of philosophy or this lesson. We got to go back. I got philosophy here on the table. I got so much stuff here on the table, but I have things here on the table that we need to cover so much. It's a lot of information. That's what I say. I'll just get on here today or last night and just start diving into it. And so, still reading these verses because this is formed. What do you call it? This has molded a large population out of humanity's mindsets, and therefore governed what they will do and will not do. You hear me say that when I'm dealing with the Hierophant. You hear me say when I pull this major Hierophant, so you understand what I'm saying in detail. I just compress it in a statement. Is that the Hierophant represents any major influential institution in this physical realm that teach you a doctrine or imposes a doctrine upon you, whether it's family or religious, teacher, philosopher, whatever the thing is, that teaches you a doctrine that therefore governs your mind and the way you think and therefore the way you act. These scriptures over here are an example of the various a particular type of doctrine that has done just that. This is just one of many, many doctrines. And that's a whole nother live stream that we know I'll be going into, and it will be talking about philosophy. Again, I've covered it, but I want to go in more detail. And so let's talk about, let's see, did I read Romans 8? Romans 8, for those who live according to the flesh set their minds on things of the flesh, but those who live according to the Spirit set their minds on the things of the Spirit. Romans 8:13, if you live according to the flesh, you will die. Can't get blunt, that's blunt. If you live according to the flesh, you will die. Basically, if you're preoccupied with the simple, mundane things, never seeking to advance yourself intellectually and your knowledge base, expand that awareness, then you're going to die. We're going to die anyway, but you're going to die. You're going to die. You're going to die blind, miserable, ununderstanding death. And the next thing associated with that is generational curses. Generational curses is another thing that I've been dealing with, and I talked about a little bit. Generational curses. You gonna die. Romans 8 say that. Say that. You gonna die because you in the flesh. What does that mean? That means, you know, moreover, I'll say that means that you are bringing into existence a generational curse. That curse will be perpetuated upon your offspring. Children, grandchildren, etc., etc. If not yours, because you ain't got none, then somebody that is close to you, their siblings and offsprings. An example, like I was saying, my mom, although beautiful, my family, although beautiful, and saw that I received a significant education in some world travels, and I was exposed to many things, cultures, races, religions, and things like that. And in that, I also got to eat some fabulous foods, exotic foods, rich foods. I was formulating a horrible diet. It was good though. It was good. But now I have I've been miseducated again, dietary Dietary miseducation for successful health, longevity. So, generational curse. That's, and my mom was a Southern woman, so I learned to cook Southern foods and things like that. And so I have inherited her curse as she did it from her grandmother. Learning how to cook them chitlins and them greens and beans and the lard and the butter, even though it's been tweaked a bit. But I'm being a little exaggerating a little bit. But, and so handing it down. My grandmother died of a heart attack. My mother died of a heart attack. What's the chances for me dying of a heart attack? That heart attack being a generational curse. And that generational curse is directly related to poor dietary practices. That's hardcore fact reality. Some people can't handle truth, but that's the truth. In order to make change, you got to first handle the truth. And so, what am I saying? Did my grandmother do that intentionally? No. She was cooking and providing for her family, and they was eating good and living good. Was my mama doing it intentionally? No, she was trying to expose to me to many things. Not ever denying me, just investing in me. Did she mean that? No. The road to hell, another video I want to make, I got notes somewhere. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. Generational curses. So, I've done what my mom did for my kids. Nice restaurants when I've been able to provide that for them, offer that to them. Rich meals, no hunger, eating one great, not a lot, but eating rich butter and things and breads and things like that, and steaks and shrimp and this, rub the cholesterol and this and that. I thought I was doing good. What will be my children's, health in the future because they learn to eat that way. That's a generational curse. We got to take the boogie, oogie, and the mysticism out of real, concrete life hurdles that we have to overcome. In my case, one of the things that I've been miseducated on was about dietary issues or a healthy diet, and it's been generational. And again, it didn't come from a bad place. The road with hell is paved with good intentions. It's not. And why am I just talking about that? Because I'm just talking random right now. Oh, because it said I was reading this. If you stay in your flesh, you're going to die. So, it says, but if by the Spirit you put to death the deeds of the body will live. So what does that mean? I'm going to read Romans 8:13 again. I'm not trying to convert anybody. This ain't even religious. I'm just looking back at what I was indoctrinated into, understanding now that I didn't have a comprehensive understanding of what I was learning because the pastor wasn't teaching it like that. But I've come to understand now. So again, Romans 8:13, it says, for if you live according to the flesh, you will die. I was talking about the generational curse that goes on in my family. But if by the Spirit, what is the Spirit? Revealing the occult, revealing that was hidden, receiving revelation, seeing what has not been seen. And what has not been seen? The rules and regulations to how to live successfully in this physical world. In short, that's the Spirit. You put to death the deeds of the body. I mean, once you understand the rules, once you got the information that you need, what they say, if you know better, you can do better. That's what they say. It says, but if by the Spirit you put to death deeds of the body, you will live. If you know better, you will do better. Nancy, if you have learned better dietary practices, then you will eat better and you will live longer. You will live healthier. You will break the generational curse because you will teach your children or your offspring or those up under your care or whomever you can reach. You will teach them how to have healthy dietary activities, partake in healthy dietary activities or whatever the case may be. You know, and that breaks the generational curse because each of those people will eat healthier, live longer, and through what they say, show and tell, they're going to hand that down to their children and their children. That's a legacy. Generational curses broke. All of this stuff is not, again, mysticism or magical. This is the reality of our physical world. And what I've been saying, and I'm going to let it go for this live stream, is we have been convinced that there are certain things that we should not consult, namely tarot. What's tarot over here? Tarot over here. Nor astrology, things like that. But in actuality, they are like context books, context logs, in order to show us where to look, in order to get the information we need to live long and successful while in this physical realm. Anywho, I thank you all for dropping by here to Can Angels Fly Tarot Live and allowing me, Nancy, to do my studies live here. And I'm so confused. Oh, okay. To do my studies here live. And y'all been with me till the sun came up. It says, thank you for the discussion, Nancy. You deserve it. Thank you. Bye, y'all. Good night morning. That's my good night morning. It's morning. I've been up all night. I love y'all.